world of Rubrion is 6,000 years old and filled with a history of war and turmoil. It is the year 1618 in the Third Age. Kingdoms and civilizations are as prosperous and diverse as they ever have been. Magic and creatures of all types dominate the landscape. However, the birth of an industrial science movement has just begun and is already starting to shape the world of Aruba. It is in this setting where our story takes place.
Hello, adventurers! Just wanted to pop in here real quick and give you just a bit of a disclaimer. We actually recorded a session before this one, but the audio of the players was lost, unfortunately, so we weren't able to release that one. So even though I do multiple times mention in this recording that it is session 2, we're actually going to go ahead and count it as session 1. But because we had that other session, I wanted to just give you guys a brief recap of what happened. I do so at the beginning of this recording as well, but it's a little bit more vague, so I just wanted to get into detail real quick, but not take up too much of your time. So, as you saw at the beginning of this video, the world of Arubrion is where this setting takes place. So, it's a magical fantasy world, been around for about 6,000 years. There's been 3 ages. We're currently in year 1618 of the Third Age. There's an industrial science movement that has kind of been erupting throughout all of Arubrion. It's a little small right now, but it's already starting to change the way the world works and give autonomy to non-magic users. And so that's kind of a fantasy setting world at the beginning of an industrial revolution is kind of the setting of the story. Our party members there's 6 of them. There's Atticus Varcona II. He is a human paladin. He is from a small town and worked with another one of our party members, Elburn Proctor, who is an elf fighter. The 2 of them were tasked with bringing supplies for an organization called the Emerald Union to a town in Lake Peak. And then we also have Avra Bell. She's a human wizard, played by Emily Kipp. And she was on her way to Lake Peak as well, accompanied by her friend, Ben Firestar. They were going there for reasons. And they were captured by a hobgoblin troop, but then rescued by 2 other of our players. Pharaoh Ganondel, he's an elf cleric, played by Matt Schwartzwalder. And then we have halfling druid Kelfie Tiernbricks, played by Jessica Morrison, and they helped rescue them, and then they all went to Lake Peak together. And then our last party member is Rev Grayskin, a human rogue / warlock, a little multi-class there, played by Ian Pantel. And he was in Lake Peak delivering a package, and it turns out there was a little bit more involved in this package than he thought. But that's something that he and I know and that you'll discover throughout the series of the campaign. And so they all found themselves in this town of Lake Peak in that first session. And they were all in the town square for a Mid-Sun Festival, which is basically a midsummer festival. And there was dancing and singing and music and joy. But all of a sudden, this spinning, industrial-looking ball flew into the sky and exploded. And the party members were transported into a separate, what seemed like a plane of existence. And the rest from there, I kind of talk about in the recording. But they come back and there's a fight, and they help defend the town. But all of their NPCs, the friends that they brought along in that first session, all perished in the attack. And so our party members are going to be starting this episode dealing with the aftermath of losing some of their best friends, some friends newly made. And that's where we're going to be starting the session. But don't worry, I'm not all downtrodden. There's plenty of really funny moments in this session. I hope you guys really enjoy it. Definitely stay towards the end. There's some really good interactions there at the end. And We are hopefully able to go live now. Sundays at 2 p.m. Twitch.tv/performance check show. Check us out for the next installment. But we'll also hopefully keep posting these recordings as well. So just wanted to pop in here, give you guys just a little bit of a disclaimer, a little bit of a background. But I'm really excited to show this to you guys. And without any further ado, here is session 1 of Performance Check. Hello, and welcome back to episode 2 of Performance Check. In our last session, our party found themselves in Barret Square in the town of Lake Peak during the first day of the Midsun Festival. They all arrived there through their various means. Atticus Varcona, played by Eric, and Elburn Proctor, played by Evan. They helped deliver supplies to the Emerald Union. Avra Bell, played by Emily, was accompanying her friend Ben Firestar when they were joined by Pharaoh Ganondel, played by Matt, and Kelpie Tiernbricks, played by Jessica, or J-Mo, whatever you want to call her. After a harrowing rescue from a dangerous hobgoblin troop. Rev Grayskin, played by Ian, was attempting to leave Lake Peak with his newfound companion Bella Mooneyes. All of them, the whole party, there for separate reasons, but brought together through tragedy. While the stage was being set up for the Emerald Union show, a metal sphere with sparkling, propelling tubes on either side careened into the sky above the square, spinning at an incredibly fast speed. Enamored by what they thought was the Emerald Union show, the crowd began to gather. But suddenly the metal sphere exploded in a blinding flash of white light. The party, however, was seemingly temporarily transported to a deep, dark plain. Silence surrounded them as they stood in a couple inches of water, unmoving. A bright orb of white light appeared above them all, allowing them to see the rest of the party circled around them. The orb began to pulse and radiate as they heard a deep, dark, otherworldly voice tell them that it was not their time, that they had to prove their merit to them and to each other, and that they had to save Rubrion. Suddenly, the party was transported back to the square, but time had passed. There were guards attempting to help injured and frightened civilians. There was death and destruction and fire and soot and blood to be found all around the party. They quickly garnered the attention of those still around, but before anyone could really react, the square was attacked by a group that the party came to know as the Tiger Paw Outlaws. After swiftly killing most of the outlaws, the great tabaxi that led them escaped and the battle had won. The only remaining member of the outlaws was in the square was quickly ended by being tossed off a roof when he was at very low health. Then the party was approached by the captain of the Lake Peak Guard, Captain Jorace, a tall, imposing Goliath man. They quickly convinced the captain that they had nothing to do with the Midsun Festival attack. And the captain and the party were then joined by Meister Francile, a tall elven man with deep brown skin and piercing green eyes, and Seeker Hess, a human woman with short gray hair and spectacles, that was devastated by the aftermath of the attack. Captain Jorace, Meister Francile, and Seeker Hess, along with some Lake Peak guards, began to escort the party to Mayor Abbott's estate, and that is where we left off. So, let me get you guys in here. You all find yourselves walking through the town of Lake Peak as the sky begins to gray and the clouds seemingly begin to fill and rain begins to fall. Somewhat matching the mood of everyone around you. You're currently being led by Captain Jorace, who is currently has his arm around Seeker Hess, as she is still quite emotional as they begin to move through the streets Meister Francile is right behind them, followed by you, the rest of the party, and then you are being surrounded by and followed by Lake Peak guards. No one has any weapons out towards you or anything, but you are being escorted to this estate. As you walk through the city, you see a woman kind of holding her child, and they just seem to be kind of leaning into one another and consoling one another. You see a man sitting on the stoop of his home with what seems to be a bottle of some dark brown liquor that he is just chugging. And you just see that the whole town has definitely been affected by what happened in Barret Square. And so you are traveling through the town. That is where you are right now, being escorted by the guards.
Atticus,
Yeah.
do you know anything about William Dreifer, the guy that you gave the money to? Or gave him the money, excuse me?
Now, if I had some dealings with the Emerald Union, but I've never met him.
His body wasn't among anyone there.
You didn't find him?
I mean, I didn't look too hard before we got attacked, but I looked over where he was. And he was near our charges. And it was nothing.
Interesting. Well, it's something to keep an eye on for sure.
Yeah. You want some butt water?
You know what? I would love some butt water.
Yeah, and I reach in and grab my now slightly less than half filled bottle, and I take a swig real quick, and then hand it over to him.
I'll just take a real healthy swig out of it and give it back to him.
And
Yeah.
smooth and strong, simultaneously smooth and strong as ever.
Is there a healthy way to swig butt water?
Yeah, you just do it like that. You take it in your hand and you go for it.
Yeah.
I put the now probably like quarter filled bottle back in my bag and just kind of get sullen and start looking around it.
We might have to stop back in Eastboro and get a refill. I didn't think it would go so quick.
Well, you
But
do
anyways.
have 3 other bottles, I think.
Oh, great.
We have
fantastic.
4 other bottles.
4 other bottles.
Fantastic.
Okay.
And just so I'm clear, this is water that has been poured on a butt or water that has formed in the butt?
You know, I'll let you believe whatever you want to believe about what it is for now. I think Atticus, you're the better salesman than I am, if I'm being honest.
I mean, what better way to sell it than to try it? Would you like to try some butt water?
Yeah, sure. I'm always down to experience new things.
It's,
Elburn, keeper of the butt water.
All right, and I pull out the quarter-filled bottle, and I look. This is actually this leather thing. This like symbol. This label was made by our friends back in.
Amon Wamer at the Ghastly
Thank you.
Basket.
Yeah, and so the GBBW, the Ghastly Basket
Butt water.
So I really enjoy it. I think you will too. I hand it over to Pharaoh.
this is alcohol, to be clear, yes.
Yes, this is alcohol from a bathtub that is clean.
I can't vouch for that.
Neither can I, but like I think that's it's good.
Well,
It's good.
Okay, I
Use it
trust
right.
you implicitly, and I drink it.
You take a sip of this alcohol. It is incredibly strong, and yet very smooth. You can definitely tell that it has a bite to it of, I mean, you've been around the block before, Pharaoh. This is moonshine. I mean, this is homemade alcohol. And it is extremely strong, yet it tastes very good and very smooth. And so you immediately feel it begin to warm your insides. but don't feel the need to like wince or make a face of any sort.
Ooh, that was incredible. This will go a long way to helping calm the nerves of the day we've had. You guys should all try this.
I reach for the bottle as well.
Yeah, go right ahead. I mean, I've got,
same sensation. It's some of the best alcohol you've had.
Anyone else?
No, thank you.
I'll reach out for the bottle, but
I hand it
kinda-
down to you.
And I will say, I will say, Rev, you I mean, you do know that halflings age a little bit different than humans, but even looking at Kelpie, you do see that she's a young halfling.
Is anybody gonna stop?
I already bought her wine.
Did you
at
try
one
it,
point.
Kelpie?
I'll smell it first and then give just like a very small sip.
When you go to smell it, your nose hairs tingle in a way that they've never tingled before. And you go and you take a sip. Go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw for me.
That's a
no.
that's a 7.
A 7. You get it in there, and you were pretty sure that it wasn't on fire when you put it in your mouth, but it sure does feel that way. And so you immediately spit it out. It tastes not horrible, but it just gave you a sensation that you were not prepared for.
I'll just hold it out.
All right, I reach for it and I grab the bottle back and like wipe off the lid, take one more drink, and look at Atticus and go, one more, or are you?
I'll
good?
just take it. I'll finish off that bottle.
Easily
Perfect.
enough.
I'll still keep it though. I'll keep the empty bottle.
Yeah, okay.
Perfect.
So you guys continue walking through the streets of Lake Peak. You're heading towards the West District.
Do we have any like kids, like sad kids?
Go ahead and roll a perception check for me.
Okay.
If you get a 1, everyone is perfectly happy.
There's a party.
People are celebrating the events of Barret Square.
That's an 11.
On 11, you remember the first one that you saw that was kind of being consoled by her mother as you were walking, but you had passed them. It's been some time. You keep a lookout, and you see. You don't see any children by themselves, but you do see a mother and what looks like a mother and father with 2 little ones. They're walking down the street.
I'm gonna just like minor illusion, like I imagine like a little bunny hopping around him. I imagine like Luna Lovegood's Patronus.
Mm-hmm.
A little like, isn't that a bunny or something?
There's the bunny.
Oh, there it goes.
Just with like some sparkles around it, just like a magical little like thing just to like make the kids smile a little bit.
Okay, so you're about like, I would say, because there's guards in between you, you're probably about like 20 feet away from these people,
Okay.
which is definitely within range of the spell. But where do you put where do you have the bunny like run?
I want it to like, I want to do it like very casually as though like I'm not, so nobody like really sees that I do it, but I want it to like go in a circle around me.
Okay,
then, like,
if you're
kind
trying
of
to
Maybe like hop off one of their heads and disappear.
if you're trying to hide the fact that you're doing it, I need you to go ahead and roll a sleight of hand check.
Well, that's fine. I just don't want to make it obvious.
Yeah,
So, that's fine.
I get it.
Ooh, that is a modified 20.
Modified
Nice.
20, easily enough. All of a sudden, this little family has an ethereal purplish blue bunny start hopping around them, and the kids, easily enough, start just kind of giggling and wanting to try to chase it, and the parents kind of rein them in pretty quickly. But it did cause some giggles, and yeah, seemed to maybe brighten their day.
That's all.
You're being stalked, by the way.
I really am. Please, no, not anymore. Really
I liked the
confused
ginger
about where
paw
I'm
on the
going.
door, just like
I know, she was like, is that outside? All right, so yeah, you guys are making your way to the West District, and as you get a little bit closer,
The
Goodness.
tabaxis are back.
The tabaxi. You get attacked by another tabaxi.
Transform themselves into an adorable cat.
They were smart to go for the wizard. She has a least amount of hit points.
You start seeing signs for something called Abbott Court, and you realize that you're following those signs, and you eventually make it to Abbott Court, and it's a little bit of it's kind of a square, but it's really small. It's more of a like a courtyard, and the entrances to this courtyard there's a iron gate that is guarded by a couple of Lake Peak guards. They see everybody approaching, quickly open up the gates, let everybody in. You walk into the courtyard. It's luscious with flora, very pretty tropical flowers that are probably taken from the jungle and cultivated here. Being right by the lake and being in a warmer area, it allows for very vibrant plants. They all smell really great. There's a second floor to most of the buildings around here, and there's a balcony, and from those balcony vines are hanging that seem to be trimmed and cultivated so that they don't hang past humanoid height, but you do see that Captain Jurace, who's this over 7 foot tall Goliath, has to kind of bend down every once in a while to make sure he's not running into him. But you make your way through this courtyard, and you see another 2 sets of guards outside of 2 big wooden and iron double doors, with this like purplish brick building that's 3 stories tall and on the far edge of the court. And you, as the group approaches, the doors are opened and you are ushered inside. Most of the guards that have been escorting you stay outside, but there are you see that actually, go ahead and everybody roll a perception check for me. Everybody.
Nat 20.
Oh,
Nice. 8.
Modified 20.
Modified 20.
2.
what'd you get, Farrah?
7.
7. Kelpie, Atticus, and Rev, you all hear Captain Jurace talking to some guards that have entered, that are at the front of the building, that work with the group traveling, and you hear him talking to them in kind of in a low voice, and he looks back to you guys, and he says, "Take him into the lobby. Take their weapons. We'll be right with them." And they go through this pair of double doors off to the right, and continue on. Captain Jurace, Seeker Hess, and Meister Francil do. And then the guards who are inside of the building approach you. They're pretty much dressed just like the regular Lake Peak guards, except they have these like long dark blue cloaks on them and some like silverish blue chevrons on their pauldrons, letting you know that they're probably a bit higher ranked. And they approach you. The first one carrying his spear, he hands it off to one of the other guards, and he says, "Hello, welcome to Mayor Abbott's estate. Please give us your weapons, as we will then escort you into the lobby."
No.
I'm good keeping my weapons, yeah. I'm good with that.
You can have my weapon. I hand him my mace.
The guard who took his spear takes it from you. The guard who was
Yeah, I
talking
mean,
to
I'll hand my staff. I'm fine.
he takes it from you. The guard looks at you, Elburn, and you, Atticus, and he says, "You are under watch of the Lake Peak guards. I promise you your safety is not to be taken lightly. You will be well protected in this estate. However, you are newcomers to this town, and from what we hear, you have been implicated into the attack on Barret Square. Therefore, we request your weapons, please."
I didn't have my weapons. This would have gone completely differently.
While this conversation is happening, can I sleight a hand to hide my dagger? But I'll move to give my short bow and scimitar away.
For sure. Yeah, go ahead and roll that side of here.
That's 14.
14. You go to do that, and the guard who is currently talking to Elburn and Atticus kind of leans over to the side. Little one, I propose that you all please, and you see him kind of like trying to maintain his composure, maintain compliance with our requests, as open, honest communication is the best way that we can move forward.
You're right.
Of course, we'll all comply, and I like strip off all my gear and put it down.
One of the guards comes and grabs it to you, grabs it from you.
I get a very sheepish look, and I pull out my dagger while looking at him, and then I'll add my scimitar and short bow.
He takes
and
both
hold
of
it all out.
The other guards have been grabbing the weapons, but he specifically takes them from you and kind of looks at you and says, "Thank you." And then he kind of clears his throat and looks at Elburn and Atticus.
I'd look back at him and go,
Yeah, I just stand there.
if we're going to be open and honest about this, I don't feel safe in this town right now. I don't feel safe with what just happened.
I was just attacked just like you all were. And if something else happens, I would feel a whole lot more comfortable with my weapon and shield.
We're clearly not drawing on you right now because we believe you to be our allies.
If you believe me to be your allies, then I advise you to listen to logic. For the logic says that now that the rest of your party has given up their weapons, there is 2 of you versus an entire estate full of guardsmen. If we wanted to take care of you, we could do so quite handedly with or without your weapons. So now, the question is, do you want to maintain compliance to show a matter of respect, or do you want to maintain discompliance to show a matter of fealty?
You said with or without our weapons you could take us, so what's the problem of us having them?
Because it is a question of whether or not you respect Mayor Abbott's manor or not.
Come on, lads. Sooner we get this over with, sooner we can get back to business as usual. Hey?
I'll give you my sword. I'm gonna keep my shield.
Fair enough. I appreciate your compliance. He takes
I'll
the
give him
sword.
my sword and I'll look him in the eyes and just be like, I want this back. I'm gonna give it to him.
It will be taken care of.
I take my sword and I give it to him, and my longbow and arrows, but everything else that he can't see under my jacket.
He accepts that and doesn't question further and nods, and then he says, "I appreciate your compliance. Please do understand. I do not mean to cause discord. I do not mean to frighten. I do not mean to intimidate. But you must understand, we are a peaceful town. What just happened to us has never happened. We are scared. Thank you.
So am I.
We are in this together, whether you want to accept that or not. Your weapons will be maintained, will be taken care of, and will be returned to you. Please." And he gestures to his left, and you walk into those 2 double doors that Captain Gervais, Meister Franz Steele, and Seeker Hess walked into earlier. You walk into...
As we walk in, is there a point where their backs are all to us, the guards?
So, while you're walking in, you're wondering if there's a moment that all of the guards' backs are to you?
Yeah. Like, are they mostly in front of us?
There's some guards that are mostly in front of you, but there are some guards that still stay in that room that are behind you.
Okay, I want to just, like, walk right next to Kelsey, like, right next to her, and I have a dagger that I just didn't give up. And I want to just, like, flip it to her and give her a wink.
Okay, both of you roll sleight of hand checks.
Oh, I hope I don't mess this up for you.
I almost didn't do this.
Oh no!
Like,
Oh no!
So bad.
That's a 6 for me.
Oh, balls.
You
Okay,
slice
but I
off
got
3
modified
fingers.
20.
Modified 20.
I just grab it from the sharp part.
Ah!
Alright, so that's a combined roll of 13. You seemingly do so with no issue.
Okay.
You walk into this lobby area. It is filled with vases of tropical plants. The couches are a nice velvet red. It seems to be a very wealthy and maintained room. The guard who is talking with the rest of you says, you will be called into the mayor's office when they are ready for you. Please make yourselves at home. He gestures over to the right, and there's like a table with a big water basin on it, and several crystalline glasses. And next to that, there's a little tray with like grapes and cheeses. He says, please, if you would like to partake in that, feel free to do so. We will give you your privacy. And he shuts the door in front of him, and you are now in this little lobby area where you just returned to, or where you just came from on one side, and supposedly the inners of the mayor's office on the other side.
How tall is the table that the water basin is on?
It's like 3 feet tall.
Damn. Okay.
I'm
Oh.
gonna,
Never mind.
I'm
go
gonna
and
scoop up
put myself
Gidget
up
from
close.
behind.
There
my
is a
table.
they're used to having short guests though, and there is a stepping stool if you would like to.
Oh, perfect then. Okay. Then Kelpie's gonna step up on that and just take a big handful straight out of the basin and just like splash it on her face. Do that and then find like a chair or something to sit and wait in.
I go and start eating the food with the Transformers mentality of I ate the whole plate of donuts. Like,
Amazing.
Yeah, I'm gonna just like walk around the room. I grab like a piece of cheese, just kind of like give it a sniff, and then just like looking around the room. Can I just do a quick perception check while I'm doing that?
Of course.
See if there's anything of note. I bet there's not anything of note when you roll a natural motherfucking 1.
The cheese is surprisingly good, and you kind of get distracted by how good the cheese is.
Smoky. It's smoky. It's
you want to be spiteful about it, but then
You're like, fuck this cheese. Fuck, it's so good.
all of this is going on in my head as I'm just like walking around the room looking at nothing.
It feels so good to not have to carry my mace anymore. The thing was just weighing me down.
Oh.
I'm gonna stand there with my arms crossed and just try to look intimidating.
Okay.
I'm gonna scoop Gidget and put him on the table with the cheeses and stuff. And then I would also like to do a perception check. I'm just gonna walk around the room.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh boy, that's a 4.
I mean, it's a very nice room. It's honestly a little welcoming to you because the libraries in the Alchemy Sage Academy are very nice, and there's some like study rooms for some of the faculty that look pretty similar to this. So it's almost comforting to you how nice this room is.
I'm gonna mimic Avra once I see her put Gidget down. I'm gonna literally do the exact same thing. Walk over to the table, put Biscuit on the table so he can eat, and then just follow her like 5 feet behind her as she walks around.
Rev, as you're sitting there eating those grapes and cheeses, you see that Avra puts an ethereal-looking mouse, and then Kelpie comes over and plops a chipmunk on the tray that you're eating from.
I like scoop more on my hand before the critters can get to it. And then scoop
You notice
it.
that Gidget like definitely does smell the cheese and like nibbles on it a little bit, but like he doesn't really need to eat, so he doesn't really do much with it.
Yeah, like
He
going through the
just likes it. He likes
Yeah.
to pretend.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
So Biscuit's just stuffing his face.
yeah. Biscuit's going to town. He's nice. He's happy about what's going on.
a grape on either.
Exactly.
Well, 100%.
He's got 2 big old cheekfuls.
I walk over to Atticus and I lean in and very quietly, I go, we could find a place where we can separate out that gold we got from.
I completely forgot about that. I mean, we can just do it right here.
We can't. Well, I've also, and I like look back and I kind of lean into whisper so no one else can hear. I've also got a, there was another bag of 50 gold that our friends no longer needed. So if you would like half of that, I've got it on me tucked away. We can divvy that out as well.
you don't mind, I do have an idea for that money.
All right. Here. And I just like pull out the first bag of gold, the one that we actually got from William and our dearly departed family of G's, and separate out 25 and hand him the 25, and then do the same thing with the second bag.
It was the first bag was 100. You get 50 each in that one.
Oh, that's right. That's
Yeah.
right. So I just need to, and then the other one, it was 25.
So the rest of you, I mean, you don't necessarily they were kind of just whispering the conversation, but the rest of you do definitely see Atticus and Elbert starting to just divvy out gold amongst each other.
So you're handing me 100 gold.
I'm handing you
50 and then 50?
75 total.
Shouldn't it be 50 and then 50?
The first one was 100, and then he found 50.
Yeah.
And then he found 50. Okay.
Yeah. So it's 75 total.
Gotcha. Cool. I'll take it. And so you took that money off of Gavin?
Yeah. I was looking to see if there was anything of value, and the only thing I found was the contract and letter for all the union's stuff signed by whoever this Dreifer is. And then
I'm gonna take the 25 gold that you gave me and just give it back and say I don't feel comfortable taking a dead man's money.
all right, and I put it back in my own sack of gold and put it back on me.
Okay, easily enough.
I get up to the front of the room and I exclaim loudly to everybody. Say, hey everybody, I know that our fates are tied by some sort of divine entity and everything's a little weird and crazy, but I guess it wouldn't hurt to just get to know each other. I'm Pharaoh Ganondale.
I almost had carbonated water go up my nose.
Oh, did they have sparkling water? What picture was that in?
I just like to pretend it's sparkling.
Do you? That's not like a weird magic thing that you do. That's just
just imagination.
I'm Pharaoh Ganondale.
I'm Atticus.
Avra Bell.
I'm Kelfie.
Rev.
Elburn.
This is great. I love this.
As you all are sitting there talking, you hear from outside the door, "Oh, let me in!" And the doors burst through, the doors that you came in through earlier, and you see this short dwarf man. He's very stocky, and he has these goggles on, and they're covering this thick mohawk of black hair that falls into a braided ponytail behind him, and he has a thick black beard that's braided with some metal, like large metal beads that kind of falls against his chest. He's wearing a leather apron with some leather gloves that he's currently taken off, and he kind of looks over at all of you. What the bloody hell? Oh, Jesus. And then he walks over to the mayor's office and knocks on the door. And the door opens, and he walks in, and then the door shuts.
Who's Jesus?
I thought he said cheeses.
Yeah, I distinctly remember him looking at the pile of cheese, and he said, "Oh, cheeses."
Maybe that's his name. Maybe he was introduced.
Yeah, you recall what happened, and he definitely said cheeses. Yeah.
Oh, I guess that makes more sense.
I think he's a bit upset that the critters are at the cheese.
I want to walk over and try to listen at the door.
Yeah, roll a perception check.
6.
You hear muffled voices, but you really can't hear what they're saying.
They're talking in there.
Yep.
I'm gonna run over to the door and also listen, but I'm gonna grab Biscuit on my way because I didn't.
Sure, yeah.
I want him in my pocket now.
Grab him, he hops in. He's still kind of munching within you.
Is modified 20.
Modified 20. You hear some voices. You hear the man who just walked through. He's pretty loud and boisterous. And you hear him saying, "What do you mean we don't know anything yet? That's ridiculous!" And you hear a voice that you haven't heard before. Wait, let me look. Um, yeah, you hear a voice that you haven't heard before say, Druid, I know, we're trying to figure it out. And you hear the voice of who you remember to be Meister Francio talking. He says, we still have a lot to learn. We need to wait for the others to join us, and then we can bring them in. And in that moment, you hear the doors open again from where you came, and you see a familiar face walk in. A middle-aged human man with a thick, curly head of gray hair and a gray goatee walks in with a bright green emerald cloak. Atticus and Elburn, you recognize this man as William Dryfer. And he walks into the room, and he immediately stops. Oh, pardon me. Hello.
Yo, I walk right up to that motherfucker and grab him right on the lapels and like shove him against the wall and immediately scream like, "Where the fuck did you go?"
Being that, I'll go walk over there, but I'll just kind of stand there.
Okay.
But yeah, immediately right at him.
Okay. You do so. Go ahead and roll roll an athletics check.
I did it in an acrobatic way. Can I do that?
I kind of sneak back to Avra and tell her everything I heard, but I'll like whisper it to her.
13?
13 is enough. Yeah, you grab him by the lapels of his cloak and throw him up against the wall. Immediately, his eyes are extremely wide. Excuse me, please, unhand me. What's going on?
Unhand you? Unhand you? You know what happened today? Where did you go?
Of course I know what happened. What do you mean? And he tries to take off your arms. Go ahead and roll another athletics check.
Motherfucker. Ooh, 19.
Yeah, he's unable to get your arms off of you. Please, help! Help me! This man is attacking me!
You shut your fucking mouth. A child died. Where were you?
From inside the mayor's office, another guard walks in, and then the same guard who took all of your weapons walks in from where you came, and they both immediately start coming to you. This time, go ahead and make another athletics check.
Or any part of it.
14.
14, you are pried away from the man as the two guards begin to hold you back, and you are now grappled by the two guards. The one who took your weapons immediately says, "What is going on here?"
This man has some questions to answer.
William immediately sets himself straight with his cloak and says, "I have some questions to answer. You're the ones that appeared in the middle of the square after everything occurred. I lost men today. I lost a... How dare you accuse me? And he just is getting extremely frazzled.
You disappeared.
I did not disappear anywhere.
You were standing in the square when that thing showed up, and then all of a sudden, you weren't among the burning bodies sitting next to Gavin and Guillaume. Where the fuck did you go?
I left the square. I wasn't there when the item appeared.
Quietly from across the room as I'm like sitting in a chair munching on cheese and grapes. Like, I mean, technically we all disappeared.
Do I remember him leaving before the thing showed up, or no?
You remember him giving you guys the money and walking back with Gavin towards the stage. That's the last you remember him.
Okay.
I'm gonna kind of look down at Kelpie and like nudge back toward the cheese table and go join Rev and have some snacks while we watch this.
As this happens, all these voices appear, the door opens from the mayor's office again, and you see another dwarf, a little bit shorter than the one that appeared earlier. He's bald, with a red beard, thick red beard, and he currently is wearing a deep red shirt that is somewhat unbuttoned, and you see these red tufts of chest hair coming out, and he's got these suspenders. And he comes out and he says, "What the hell is going on out here?" And then the guard holding you, who took your weapon, says, "This man just attacked Mr. Dryfer." And Mr. Dryfer kind of shimmies away from you and heads over to the mayor. And the mayor walks a little bit forward, and he says, "What is going on?"
He was at the blast site, but he was unharmed.
Well, you are not meant to question anyone. You are here to be questioned yourself.
We can explain our whereabouts. He still hasn't.
And I will deal with that as the time comes. You are in my home. Who do you think you are? Are you a citizen of this town? Did you lose a family member? Did you lose people you've cared about?
Yes.
I don't know who the fuck you are. You're here out of the grace of my captain, who vouched for you. I'm starting to wonder if he was misread. Now please, wait here until called upon. Mr. Driver. And the two of them head back into the mayor's office, and the guards let you go, Elburn. And they start to exit, and the one who took your weapons, the one with the long blue cloak, he looks at you all and says, "Please, trust us." And then he walks away.
Can I do an insight check on him?
On that guard specifically?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and roll one.
Can I also do an insight check on what William said? Like, if he was genuinely, like...
100%, yeah.
Yeah.
I rolled a 9.
9? Yeah, he seems like he just wants what's best out of this situation.
I forgot where my score is. Oh, 11.
11. You notice that William is extremely upset and caught off guard by your accusations. So you are left alone again for now?
So what was that about?
He was at the explosion site, but seemed to remain unharmed, unlike everybody else.
I mean, all of us were at the explosion site and reasonably unharmed.
Yeah, but I saw all you guys.
And he was closest to it. He was
No one
closest to it.
No one else saw us though.
Before
like
the
them.
explosion?
What'd you say, Ava?
I said, but nobody saw us, and we would like people to believe us, wouldn't we?
Yeah, but he hasn't even given an answer.
He just disappears, leaving behind a comrade and his dead child, then walks in here casually like, I'm a big victim from all of this, when he was standing right next to the stage where the worst of the destruction happened.
Maybe, and I'll, play devil's advocate, but maybe he was a part of another set of adventurers linked by some sort of divine destiny.
Could have said something.
Yeah.
It's not that hard. If we all went through the same thing, which we in this room did, if he was part of that, it'd be a pretty easy thing to explain to people who've already been experiencing the same thing. And the fact that he's not even close to harmed. I saw no blood. I saw no... Fuck, I didn't even see any sweat or tear. I'm sorry.
Easy to tell the truth, and he seems like he's hiding something.
I see
I mean,
what you're saying.
he looked like he was upset to me.
Upset because I was about to beat the shit out of him.
I see what you're saying, but I think that we are at a bit of a disadvantage here, and maybe making enemies with the people in power is not the best way to go about solving this mystery.
You're playing a much different character, Emily, because you would never say that. I'm shocked right now.
Move off to the side of the camera.
That's so funny. For those of you who don't know, Emily is not a character choice Emily would usually make.
This is Alex outside. I would agree, and I'm sorry. It's been a day.
It has been a day.
It's been a day.
With all due respect, fuck the people in power, but I guess you're right for now.
Are they the ones who have your weapons right now?
Some of them.
Until that changes, I think we need to stay on their good side.
I've always thought weapons are overrated.
The best way to fuck the people in
I
power
agree.
is not to say fuck them to their face in their home.
Yeah.
In fairness, I didn't say fuck the mayor, just fuck that guy. Fuck whoever William Dreifer is. I go over to the cheese plate and angrily eat some cheese.
So, what's everybody doing here? We all, we're all here for some reason. We all, experience something that I've never experienced before. I don't know about all of you.
Yeah, I was just in town for the festival to see a friend I hadn't seen in a long time. Wonder if he's dead. You got to wonder.
I choke on my cheese and then get back to eating more.
Oh, no.
Was he at the festival? Was he?
I didn't see him at all. So maybe he was lucky. Man, it'd be good to see that guy.
I hope he's okay.
Yeah, I hope for the best.
Yeah, me too.
I was hired to pick up a package. I actually have to get out of town. I have to get this thing going.
You're a delivery boy.
Amongst other things. Have any of you been to Faluin?
I've passed through before.
Yeah, I have
No.
some connections there.
Apparently, I have to get this package to the library there.
Oh, really? What's in the package? If you don't mind me asking, I don't.
I actually, I don't know. I was told payment on delivery. Package is closed. So,
Do you have it on you?
I mean, it's this bag.
Why not just look in it?
I was paid to not.
That's a breach of the agreement.
Well, it seems like everything's gone tits up. So
Me and Elburn were delivering supplies to the show at the town square.
sounded like it was going to be a good one.
I was really looking forward to it, to be honest. I was
And
hoping it would bring me on stage, but
And all that money you were counting earlier, that was just like for the sale of the materials you brought, or
that was just payment for
Security.
gotcha. That makes sense to me.
I was here with a friend who was supposed to be in that show.
Did they make it?
No.
I'm sorry.
Kelfie?
Well,
I saw you in the woods, and
yeah. I mean, you know how I got here. We got here the same way. Yeah, I was in the woods and then at the jungle, and I heard some commotions and some bad people had captured some not bad people, and I helped them escape, and one of them was from here, so she brought us back to Lake Peak, and then she died.
You know, Kelpie, I have to ask, why were you in the jungle by yourself?
It's just where I live.
How long have you lived in the jungle?
In the jungle, not that long. I was in the forest, the Hillgo Forest, before that, for longer time, and then from Duskull before that, but mainly forest and the jungle.
Okay.
It's kind of cool.
Thanks.
that is very cool.
Thanks.
Takes a lot of courage to live on your own like that.
It's not so bad.
Do you
I
live
have Biscuit.
Do you live alone, or do you have like?
No, I have Biscuit. I'll take him out and put it on my shoulder.
As you
Oh,
see,
but do you have,
Biscuit
like-
is a little chipmunk?
Yes.
Adorable.
He seems very well trained. He just sits up and is kind of like tilting his head, looking at you all with his cheeks just like still very full.
I'm gonna cast Speak with Animals
Okay, yeah.
and just say, "How you doing, Biscuit?" and try to give her a little.
Oh, I'm doing quite well. It's so good to see you.
I'm shocked. Like I jump back in shock.
I'm usually only able to speak with Mother. It's wonderful to be able to speak with someone else.
So what do we hear right now?
You hear
So when he jumps back, what the hell just happened?
You are extremely eloquent, I must say, Biscuit.
Oh, thank you. My mother's taught me well.
I'm just dumbfounded that you're speaking to Biscuit right now. I'm
I
so
must say
excited about it.
it is an honor and a privilege, and I'll reach out my hand for a little handshake.
Oh, the honor is all mine. He nibbles your hand. Do you also play with my mother?
Well, that is the first time I've met your mother. She seems
is
lovely.
a fan of playing. I try it.
Now, playing, what do you
You
mean?
know, running. There's also playing. There's also we like to run. We like to eat. Sometimes she becomes a little chipmunk, and we frolic. And that's fun. We like to run. We do also love to eat. There's also playing. We like to play.
That all sounds very exciting. Maybe if the opportunity strikes, that sounds fun.
Can you also become a chipmunk?
Not that I know of.
Well,
I haven't tried though.
I think you should.
Let's close my eyes really tight and try to become a chipmunk.
Oh, bollocks. Well,
Didn't seem to work.
you should ask my mother. She's amazing.
Yeah, I'll talk to her about it. It was nice catching up. I'm going to see what these guys are up to, but it's lovely to meet you.
Of course. The rest of you have just been standing in silence as as Biscuit and Atticus have just been squeaking at one another.
Very
Nice
fascinating.
fella. Nice fella.
You speak chipmunk?
I dabble, yeah.
Oh, that's pretty
Chipmunk's
cool.
A language?
I could speak with most animals, given the time
Oh.
and preparation.
Oh.
Is that like a spell?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's
Yeah.
kind of...
Will
big
our
deal.
time spent hanging out, snacking, and resting count as a short rest?
For sure, 100%. This definitely counts as a
Yay.
short rest.
Well,
As you are all continuing to talk about this chipmunk, maybe for the first time in a hot second, your mind's kind of escaping from the recent events. The doors open again, and another person walks in. It's a woman. She's wearing beige, like a beige blouse with sleeves rolled up and like some dark beige brown slacks. And she has this what looks like brownish hair in a messy bun. She seems to be covered in soot. And she looks at all of you and she says, "Oh, hey. Are they all in there?"
Yeah.
Other people? Yeah, there are people in there.
All right,
Who are
yeah.
you?
I'm Fiona. I'm sure there'll be introductions. And she just walks away and walks into the mayor's office after knocking on the door.
I'm gonna see if I'm gonna get Gidget out
Okay.
and tell him to go to like the very edge of the door. Cause do you think he can like see through the crack of the door? Cause he's itty bitty.
It's worth a shot.
I'm gonna try that, and I'm gonna see through his eyes. 'Cause I can do that, right?
Yeah, for sure. So you put Gidget on the floor. He squeaks on up there. You take a moment and magically connect your mind with Gidget's. Your eyes glaze over. Anyone looking at you would see just like kind of a cloudiness cover your eyes as your eyes and ears are now through the body of Gidget. And he approaches the doorway. Go ahead and roll a perception check with Gidget's perception.
Okay.
We heal during a short rest, right?
You can roll hit dice. You don't heal like automatically. So
Perception
your
check?
hit dice as a fighter is I think a D10, and you're level 3, so you can roll 3 D10 and heal that if you want to.
Plus your
Yeah.
Constitution.
Yeah,
modifier.
yeah. Thank you. The D10 plus your Constitution modifier. Thank
Good.
you.
I thought I did it right,
Yeah.
and I did. I healed fully. I didn't want to be like, I healed fully, and I wasn't supposed to.
No, yeah, no worries.
But
But
I
then you
did.
can't use those hit dice again until another long rest.
Great.
And I think that there's supposed to be halved or whatever, but I don't give a shit about that. What were you gonna say, Abra, what'd you get?
I got a 17.
17, with the rat, quote unquote.
We have the same perception.
Wonderful. So you look through the crack. He's definitely able to like see through the crack, but he mainly just sees feet, just a bunch of feet. There's a big rug in the middle of the floor. Some chairs. There's a desk on the far end of the room, and then he hears. It's pretty recently after that woman walks in, so you hear the voice that you now know as the mayor's voice say, oh, "It's good to see you, Fiona. I'm glad you're here." And she says, "Yeah, of course. I came right over. It looks like all of us are here now." And he says, "Yes. We just need to discuss the questions that we're going to have with those out there." And she says, "Oh, have you guys? Who are they?" And the mayor / Captain Jorace start going through kind of what happened and who you guys are. And that's currently kind of what they're talking about as you're just sitting
They
there.
sound like they're speaking about us in a neutral way, or are they like, these assholes came into town?
Roll an insight check.
16.
16. Fiona definitely like seems pretty neutral in her voice. She seems genuinely just like trying to gain knowledge about what's going on. The mayor seems frustrated. It's kind of hard to tell if he's frustrated specifically at anything in general, but he does seem frustrated.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna walk up and shake. I was gonna say I'm gonna walk up and shake Avra and be like, "Are you okay?"
Looks like
Abra, you don't. You hear him say, "Are you okay?" But it sounds further away from you because you're currently in the eyes and ears of Gidget. But you do feel your body moving.
I will snap back.
Oh my god.
Stop. Please stop. I am fine. Thank you. I am fine.
Sorry, you just look like you were about to pass out.
It seems fair. I appreciate the concern. I was just Gidget was listening in over there.
Oh.
You look over and you see the little, slightly glowing mouse coming back and crawling up his mother's leg.
It's awesome.
I relay everything that I heard.
Why don't we just go knock on the door?
Yeah,
you can work for those other people.
Sure, by all means, you go ahead and knock on the door.
Yeah, if I did it, I'd probably
maybe
get
we
stabbed.
should just wait until they're
Probably
ready
not.
for us.
Probably not Ilbin.
Probably a good idea.
Kelpie, Kel, I don't think anyone would be mad at you if you knocked at the door.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Okay. I'll run over and just knock.
As
Kelpie will do anything.
as you walk up to the door, you go to knock, and right before you can knock, the door opens up, and it almost hits you, but you catch yourself for a moment. And one of the guards who's in kind of looks at all of you and says, "Hello, you may enter."
Oh,
That's perfect. You don't understand how perfect that timing is.
Knocking worked, guys.
Good job, Kelpie.
It worked.
And that's on manifesting.
I'll walk into the room.
Yeah, you walk into the room.
For the record, I'm close behind, and as soon as I get in there, I'm gonna intimidate the fuck out of William Driver.
Okay. So you all walk in.
Fuck William Driver.
I fuck William Driver.
Just walk in, just
There are children present.
You all walk in, and you see that once again, just like the little lobby area you were just in, the mayor's office is very nice. Seems to be wealthy, covered in red velvet drapes and huge red carpet right in the middle, with a desk that Mayor Abbott is sitting behind, and Captain Jorace is kind of standing behind him, kind of looking at the mayor, kind of looking out the window. You see in the two chairs in front of the desk are Meister Francile and Seeker Hess. Seeker Hess is leaning her head over into her hands, and Meister Francil is just sitting there cross-legged with his hands interlaced. You see that William Dreifer is over to the right by this fireplace that he has his elbow on, and he's kind of leaning, listening to everything. And Fiona is sitting half on the desk, kind of like looking over at the mayor and also looking at Meister Francil and Seeker Hess. And the dwarf that walked in, the bald one with the mohawk, well, not the bald one, the mohawk one with the goggles, he is currently standing over by a wine pitcher, drinking some wine. And there are 2 guards stationed inside the door, and you all walk in. There's a couch that some of you can sit in. Everybody stands and looks at you as you approach. Elburn, go ahead and give me an intimidation check as you just kind of glare down William.
Do I even have any? It's a +0, so here we go. That's a 4.
Or you glare him down, and he just meets you eye for eye. Just maintains eye contact with you, and you both just have a good old stare off until eventually you blink first.
I get mad at myself for blinking, but like I still like.
Yeah.
Still like.
So you all approach, and Mayor Abbott stands up, and he has his hands on his desk. And he kind of looks to you guys, and you see him say, "Thank you for joining us. I hope that we've all calmed down. I know that tensions and emotions are running high, so I do understand that moments like that can happen. But hopefully we can all have civil discourse and find out what's going on here. Huh? Agreed?
100%.
Good. So, the captain told me what happened. I want to hear it from your perspective." And he kind of is looking over all of you. He's kind of eyeing each one of you. And then you see him land on Pharaoh. "You! What's your name?"
It's, first of all, your city is beautiful. And the festival was so fun until, the stuff happened. I'm Pharaoh Ganondel.
I appreciate. Thank you, Pharaoh. What happened from your perspective?
Well, we were, enjoying the sounds and the sights. Just had a quick bite to eat. Very good street food, by the way. Just delectable.
You can keep I appreciate the pleasantries, but we're here for business.
Gotcha. Straight to the point. There was something happened that I thought was part of the show, and then there was like a flash of lights, and then, crazily enough, all 6 of us were kind of like together, bound by some sort of voice that I couldn't quite understand, and basically said that it wasn't our turn to die, and we got teleported back to the square a short time later, and everyone was dead around us. And then we helped fight off the Tiger Paw outlaws, and then we're just trying to figure out what's going on, and that's the truth of it.
So this is the first time that anybody in this room had heard the part about being teleported to some different time and space. And so there's definitely a moment where the breath is kind of taken out of the room as everyone is just staring at you. And then Meister Francil is the first one to speak up. And he says, Mr. Ganondel, are you saying you were transported to a different plane of existence?
The semantics are a little messy, but it seemed like that to me for sure.
And the Meister looks at everybody else, and you all were there. You all will attest to this.
I do just want to, for the record, re-emphasize the point that we did help fight the bandits off and helped try to check up on the wounded.
The mayor says, "Yes, I do understand that. Captain Jorace has informed me of your heroism in Barret Square, and it is not gone unnoticed. But we're still trying to get to the bottom of this." And Meister Francil says, "Do any of you worshippers? Any of you hooked deeply into a god or goddess?
Kind of hold up my holy symbol and say, yeah, I worship Lyra.
Oh, of course, I would know that symbol anywhere. Um, as a worshipper of Lyra, did you recognize this voice? Was it a woman's
don't-
voice? Was it a...
No, I don't think it was. I don't think it was Lyra herself. The voice was, it was deep and dark almost, and it said that we had to save a Rubrion
Save a Rubrion?
and prove our worthiness. Yeah, it sounds. I'm just as astounded as you are. I have no idea what it meant. It's the first time it's ever happened to me.
Atticus, roll a persuasion check with advantage from Pharaoh's testimony.
Can I roll a religion check to remember what that voice sounded like to see if I can remember anything about that?
Roll, yeah, religion. Yeah, that's fine.
25.
25, okay, noted.
It's the thing I'm best at.
Rolled a 6 for whenever you want to give me that information.
Yeah, you that is not something that you have ever noticed before.
Of course.
With the way he described it as deep and dark, that sounds right.
Would I have noticed anything in my religious studies?
Go
I'm
ahead and-
proficient in religion.
Yeah, go ahead and roll a religion check.
12.
You've definitely heard of people being able to talk to their gods or goddesses, but usually they appear in a little bit more of a corporeal form, even if it's as an avatar. You've never really heard of any of the gods or goddesses that you know of appearing as just like an orb of bright light. 25 with that persuasion roll. Meister Francile looks at you, and everybody kind of like nods their heads. And Seeker Hess kind of composes herself for a moment. She says, "I believe them." And the mayor kind of looks at you all and says, It's a hell of a story to just make up, I'll give you that. So, he sits down. That means we're not any closer to knowing what the bloody hell just happened. And then he takes that moment to say, well, I suppose maybe it is time for some pleasantries. I'm Mayor Abbott, Dale Abbott. This is he does, sorry, doesn't say Dale Abbott, Dalton Abbott. Mayor Dalton Abbott. This here, you've met Captain Jorace. The rest of you introduce yourselves. Meister Francile speaks up at that point and he says, "Yes, we have met. I'm Meister Francile. I'm the Meister of the All's Temple here in Lake Peak." And Atticus, Avra, Pharaoh, Elburn, and even Rev, pretty much everybody but Kelvy, you all know what an All's Temple is. An All's Temple is something that is in large cities or civilizations that houses an altar for every single god within that one temple. Every single known god or goddess, no matter how small. There is always, in these large kingdoms or cities or civilizations, there is always at least one All's Temple. And then there are probably other whole temples dedicated to certain gods. But there is always at least an All's Temple so that no matter who you worship, you have a place to go and worship. And an All's Temple, usually someone is picked, whether it be a god of knowledge or a god of, sometimes a follower of Gond is chosen, but a follower of a god that is not a jealous type of god, or not a, someone who
neutral.
can, exactly, someone who's more neutral and is willing and open to have their follower kind of run this temple and lead this temple. So Meister Francile is the Meister of this All's Temple here in Lake Peak. Seeker Hess then speaks up and she says, "Yes, I'm Seeker Hess. I'm the head of Ogma's temple. And most of you, probably, other than Kelphi, would know that Ogma is the god of knowledge, and is just about absorbing and giving as much information as possible. Truly, just like knowledge as a whole. He is a very well-known god, and quite prominent in most major settlements. And then the dwarf over there drinking wine, just kind of raises his glass and he says, "Oi, I'm Maker Druick, cleric of Gond." And he takes a sip of his wine. Gond is also a fairly prominent god in the pantheon, solely because of his over-encompassing abilities. He's the god of craft and knowledge and making things. And so, especially with the rise of the Industrial Revolution, a lot of people have started going towards Gond. And he's just overall, once again, kind of neutral god. So a lot of people find themselves, especially people who are more autonomous and crafty, they find themselves following Gond. And then the woman who is sitting on the desk next to Mayor Abbott, she says, "Hi, yeah, Fiona Hindlestead. I'm the head of the ISS here." And
International Space Station?
no, I'm trying to think. I guess other than Kelpie, yet again, most of you would know that ISS stands for Industrial Science Society. It is a fairly new organization that has chapters in some major cities, not all of them, but they are pretty much the head organization that is in support of, you guessed it, the industrial science movement and autonomy for non-magic users, but not necessarily hatred towards magic users, just autonomy towards non-magic users, and just the science of invention and industrial science. And that's who Fiona introduces herself as. And then William finally speaks up and he says, "And I'm William Dreifer. I've met some of you. I'm the head of the Emerald Union chapter here in Lake Peak." And then the mayor speaks up again and he says, "And this as a whole is the council of Lake Peak, minus Mr. Dreifer. He's just here as a key witness to the events of today. But he's also a respected member of this community, and I ask those of you in this room to remember that. He's been here for quite some time. So, now that we've introduced ourselves, it's time for you. We've met Mr. Pharaoh. You, who spoke on his defense. Atticus, is it?"
Yes, Atticus Varcona. I'll just kind of give a nod of respect.
And then he kind of waitingly looks to the rest of you.
I'm Avra Bell.
Healthy Trinbricks.
Elburn Proctor.
Rye, Goldleaf.
Right, well, it's a pleasure to meet all of you. Now, we need to get to the bottom of this. So, I guess we should start with the device. You all were there. Can you describe it to us? Describe what you saw.
I didn't see a whole lot, but Mr. Dreifer was closest to it near the stage. Did you get a good look at it?
Mr. Dreifer sighs. "I was not near the device. I had left the square."
Sorry, I thought you had a good look from going over to the stage with Gavin and Guillaume.
I did join Gavin and Guillaume at the stage, but I had to be a part of the mayor's arrival, and so I started heading here so that we could escort the mayor to the festival for his announcements. As I always do.
Being honest.
Go ahead and roll an insight check.
Yeah, I'm doing the fucking same.
Do it.
11.
13.
He seems like he's telling the truth.
Well, unfortunately, as soon as I saw the device, I thought it was going to attack and be some sort of physical foe, so I moved over to a nearby crate, ducked in cover, and pulled out my longbow and was ready to strike. It seemed magical in construction. I don't know, Miss Hendelstadt. I don't know if any scientific advancements have gotten to the point where they can create a floating orb of sparks and of
Can
death.
I minor illusion like a really like it's got to be little, I know, because it's minor illusion, but like as best as I can remember what the orb looks like.
For sure. Go ahead and make a general just intelligence check
Okay.
to see how well you recall this device.
Intelligence. Okay. 17.
17, yeah, you create a pretty lifelike rendition of that ball, just a little bit minier.
I do it as soon as they say, as soon as you say, I don't know if science can create. I make
I hear it and like point at it. Create.
You do see Fiona immediately like does kind of walk over to it and start looking at it, as does everybody else as well. You see her looking at it, and everybody else kind of crowds around and does the same. And she says, you know, it does. And before she can kind of finish her sentence, William says, to be honest, it looks pretty industrial made. And you do remember that the sparks were coming out of like metal tubes on each side. But it's, whether or not it was magical or not is a bit hard to tell. You didn't see any obvious magic happening.
Did the orb just appear there? Or did we see anybody? Do we remember anybody going up and like putting it there? Or
as far as you remember, it just came out from the middle of the crowd.
Okay.
I remember I thought I saw it shoot like across up to the stage rather than like it was almost launched or sent. But then I thought it was just part of the show. So,
you know, kind of, she lowers these. She takes out a pair of spectacles that she has, and she puts them on, and she lowers one side of them. One side of the spectacles has like a lens that can like multiple lenses that fall over and zoom in on the object, and she's just kind of looking at it. And she says, "Huh, this does look pretty industrial, but I mean, I definitely wouldn't be able to create something like this." And then she kind of takes off she doesn't take off the spectacles, but she raises up the other lenses.
do insight check on her?
Yeah, for sure. Dit.
Yeah.
Dit.
I'm going to take a lucky roll to change that 8 to something else.
Uh-huh.
And I'm going to take the 8.
8? Yeah, she seems... She seems a little annoyed in that statement that she makes. And that's about all you can get from that roll.
I don't know how science can make something resist gravity, so it might be a combination of some unholy marriage of magic and science. I'm sure Mr. Dryfer would know something about that.
Listen, I don't understand why, and he's like talking to the mayor but gesturing towards you. And he's like, I don't understand why this man is so combative against me. I lost friends. I lost I considered Guillaume a nephew of mine. He was a good kid. You're not the only ones upset. I knew him as a child. You had been traveling with him for a couple of days. You simply place me where it happened, and you blame me for everything? You spoke to a fucking magical orb. How dare you accuse me of these things, having no substance, no standing? I am a man in this community who has been here, who has worked these streets, who has helped these civilians. Who are you?
Someone who was willing to die to defend those people as soon as I was magically removed and put back into the scenario in which we found ourselves. You were nowhere to be found. You should have been bleeding and dying trying to save your nephew and your colleague. And yet, we only find you casually walking in after two of us watched you walk over to the stage. And the only thing that remained on that stage was fire, death, and a child with a missing half to their face.
And you blame me?
I think it's
Simply
awfully
because I wasn't
suspicious.
dead?
We all came
Convenient.
back and still fought.
I wasn't there!
Can I roll another insight on that?
Yeah.
Or
Like,
not he wasn't there. I'm sure he wasn't there. Insight on
On him.
why he's flustered.
Yeah, for sure.
Was there enough time for him to like go over there and leave and like get far enough away from when the explosion happened?
Oh, you mean the question you haven't asked yet? Yes, there was.
Okay.
I still don't care because I rolled an 18.
He seems genuinely hurt and upset that you are accusing him of this.
Albert, maybe you should pump the brakes a little bit.
Evan, this isn't Curse of Strahd. You
I sit back and I just say nothing, and I just.
Well, unfortunately, that's not the case. Because you need to roll a no, he's where is it? Okay, here we go.
Disintegrate.
Finger of death.
You need to roll a new
Driver
character.
pulls out finger of death.
Because Albert is dead.
Thanos walks into the room with the Infinity Gauntlet. Snaps me out of existence.
Sorry, I thought I had this spell pulled up and I did not. There we go.
I
need
making
you
him
to
pull up spells to fuck me up.
I need you to make a what is it? Oh.
You're dead.
Oh no.
You're dead.
Oh, there is no saving throw. As you're sitting there, yelling at him, the rest of you hear Elburn just like immediately. There's no audio coming from Elburn, and he's still sitting there yelling, but there's no audio coming from him.
I'm gonna make it so realistic and authentic.
While he was yelling, can I do a perception or insight on like everyone else of how, not our group, but everybody that's in the office that's from the town, how they're reacting to someone getting accused?
Yeah, what are you trying to? So you're wondering how they're reacting to him accusing William?
Yeah, if they think like Elburn's going over the top, or if they're like maybe happy that someone's getting the heat.
For sure, yeah. Roll an insight check. Yeah, definitely.
Real quick question before I mute myself again. What does that feel like?
You think that you're yelling.
Great, but there's nothing else beyond that.
No.
Great.
Nope.
I got an 18.
18. Seeker Hess seems just like overwhelmed and upset that this is all happening. Meister Francile seems genuinely confused as to why Elburn is blaming William. The mayor is just kind of like annoyed that this is happening. Fiona is still looking at what Abra is minor illusioning. And then Maker Druick is just over there drinking wine, shaking his head at the whole situation. So that's about it.
Okay.
That's what you get. But William says, "Well, that's about enough out of him. I am not here to defend myself against this crime. I am here to help us figure out what happened." And the mayor says, "Release him." And William just kind of waves his hand, and the silence spell is dispelled, and you're able to speak again, even though you thought you were speaking the whole time.
I apologize for my feelings on the matter. But for the record, to everyone who can hear me in this room, if you cast a spell on me again, I will rip your eyes out and shove them up your ass. Is that clear? And I do a slight intimidation.
Okay, go ahead and roll an intimidation check.
This will probably not work.
Rolling down to.
Oh, shit! 19!
19. Everyone in the room kind of just like nods their head. No one really says anything. William, though, he sighs and he says, "Oh yes, this is the one that we're supposed to believe."
And I just sit back and remain silent.
Thank you for, speaking out, Elburn, and apologizing. I just wanted to, this might not be the best time, but I apologize for trying to cast that spell on you during the battle. It would have given you temporary hit points or whatever, but I should have asked you first.
It was great. He did it on me. I felt great. Felt like a
really
hero.
did.
I don't know.
I realized the error of my way, so I'm sorry.
I
Sure
would
you
love
did.
to make it clear to the whole room that we all just met recently.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so I don't know any of these people. Well, Elburn I met a couple days ago, but that's about it.
The mayor just kind of nods his head. Well, it looks like our only lead is the Tiger Paw Outlaws. And seeing as how we're not able to question any of them, we need to find that grey bastard. Did any of you get a good look at him? And he looks at the rest of you.
I fought him for a fair bit the other earlier. What should I roll to remember kind of like anything about him?
Yeah, just roll a general intelligence check.
Okay.
He was the one that killed the hobgoblin in front of me. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So I'm gonna do the same.
I didn't fucking.
You also both
three.
were. You also both were on the roof facing him.
Right.
Hey, can I
Yeah.
minor
I just-
illusion a little him?
Yeah. I mean, you can roll an intelligence check.
Yeah, I got a 3.
Okay.
So I guess the Red Fury didn't really help.
I got a 22.
Oh yeah.
I remember that bitch.
Yeah, Kelpie knows exactly what he looks like.
Oh, balls. I got a 9.
Avra puts like, it's not like his whole body, but she puts like a bust of this guy in her hand, and then Kelpie kind of like whispers to you like, adjust this, and then and then you have a more accurate bust of what this great tabaxi looked like. And Captain Jorace kind of, that's him, sir. That's the one we've seen, the one they call Sharp Pelt. And
Pelt.
yeah, he's. I don't know if he's the leader of the outlaws, or if he's just one of their higher members, but he's caused us some trouble in the past. Did you see where he went?
I think he magicked away.
Yeah, he went behind some buildings, but there was no way he could have gotten away as fast without magic.
He turned invisible, yes.
No, there was no trace of him. I remember
I don't
going
know
around
what
the
magic.
corner. There were no traps to
Magic.
follow.
Um,
So if he was
I-
invisible, then we would have been able to follow something.
I don't know if this is relevant or not, but I did, Abra and Kelpie and we did see the same tabaxi, I believe, eating the organs of hobgoblins. So you can take that
That
what
we
you
did.
want.
we did.
The mayor kind of rolls his eyes and sighs, and he says, well, unfortunately, that's not surprising. The Tiger Paw Outlaws, they're a band of... They would call themselves the greatest hunters in all of Ara. But really, they're just a band of sickening, disgusting individuals. They found themselves upon the belief that the ultimate hunt is us, humanoid creatures. And so, instead of hunting animals, they hunt us. But they treat their catches just like any hunter treats his. They gut them, skin them, use their parts. It's a horrific ordeal. The leather armor that you saw them in wasn't created out of cattle, I'll tell you that much.
Do you think they're smart enough to create a device like what we saw?
Meister Franciel speaks up, and he says, That seems highly unlikely from what we've dealt with. They definitely have had deals and goings on with other ill-assorted groups or organizations, so perhaps proprietoring one wouldn't be too difficult for them, but to craft such a thing, and then Maker Druid drinking the wine, he says, "Oh, no, those fucking... They couldn't have created anything like that, I'll tell you that much." And Fiona kind of nods her head and agrees, and she says, "I just don't think they would have even the capabilities out there in the jungle." And then William says, "But they definitely could have got their hands on it." And Captain Jorace nods in agreement. And then the mayor says, "Well, then it seems like they might be our only source of finding out what's going on here."
Do you have any contact with any Tiger Paws? Any inside information?
Unfortunately, no, but I do know that, and he kind of looks towards the captain, and the captain says, "We have an idea of where one of their, I guess you could call it an outpost, might be. It's about 2 days' ride from here, near the actual jungle itself. I'm not sure if that's where they're all held up, or just some of them, but it's really the only lead we've got on them." The mayor turns to the rest of you, and he stands and puts his hands on his desk and leans forward as he says, "Listen, I apologize for my rough nature, for the fights, for the arguing, for the discord, but you have to understand, we're a large town, yes, but our society is a simple one. We're just a fishing town, a trade town, if you will. We put on a good show for the tourists. We get us some money that way. But it's just the simple life folk want here. Something like this has never happened in our city before. So, forgive the tension. And I ask now for a favour. In return of us believing you, accepting you, us not going after you in any sort of legal or physical way, and in the return of... I'm not sure. I'll have to go over the paperwork, but I'm sure we can provide you some sort of compensation. Would you be willing to go to this outpost? Find these tiger paws, see if you can find any answers for us. If even better, bring one of them back, so that we can talk to them, question them. If you do so, we will reward you with gold and with full trust. As you see, he kind of sighs. Our men are needed here. We're not capable of fighting off an entire band of thieves made of cannibals and horrors. Our men are needed here to protect our civilians, especially if something like that is to happen again. So if you would be willing to do that for us, we would be willing to work with you in full trust and reward you, like I said, with compensation and... I don't know. Just the sound of something you would be interested in accepting.
I'll go.
Consider it done.
Sure.
I would gladly help you out.
He kind of looks over to you, Rev. As the last person to kind of nod along.
Yeah. This was not my plan. But I was tasked with making friends. So if we're all going, why not?
Oh, Rev, you're a friend to me.
And in the back of your head, Rev, you hear a voice that is becoming all too familiar with you. And you hear him say, "Listen, these guys look well, I guess they're a little bit of a group of misfits, let's be honest. But think about it this way. The more in you get with the city here, the easier it's going to be to travel and go around. If you're going to have the Angel Can after you, well then, having the city on your side, it can't be bad. Yep. But none of you hear that.
What did you say is the name of the guy who's the leader of the Emerald Union?
William Dreifer.
The piece of shit.
The one who's in there with you right now.
He seems like a good guy.
Yeah, right? Okay. So I'm gonna
Evan thinks that.
I'm gonna pull Ben's cape out of my bag.
Okay.
And step toward William. And like with the emblem up, hand it to him and say, "This belonged to Ben Firestar, a very dear friend of mine, and I think he would have wanted it returned to the Union." And I hand it to him.
He takes it, and in that moment, a tear forms and starts to fall. Oh, yes. I had never met Mr. Firestar, but I had obviously heard of his coming. I had heard he was a promising young student. And he kind of can't really form the sentence, but he says, "So I suppose he..." At the square. Well, I will make sure to inform his parents, and thank you, young lady, thank you.
Thank you.
And he puts the cape down and into his satchel, kind of lightly stuffs it in there. Go ahead and take a point of DM inspiration.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Elburn also has something he would like to give you. Let's look at Elburn. There's something that belonged to Gavin and Guillaume that I think should go to their family and not somebody's pocket.
William looks over at you. Elburn.
Certainly. Is there an envoy or someone who the Union has to deliver the last bit of gold that they had on their person?
William just kind of looks at you dead in the eye and says, "I can make sure it gets to their family."
I go ahead and take out the sack and I divvy out or I get rid of the 50 that I had on me that was in their thing. And I put it in the empty sack that I got it in, and I put it back. I put it in and I hand it over in a terse, look in the eye and don't say anything else.
He grabs it, and even though are you still looking at him?
Oh yeah.
He looks at you, and from what you can tell, from a very genuine place, says, "Thank you."
Can you do me a favor, William?
I can try my best.
Can you just make sure that they get a proper send-off?
Guillaume will be counted as a member of the Union himself.
Thank you.
And William, overcome with emotion in this moment, looks towards the mayor and says, "May I?" And the mayor just gestures him off, and William kind of hurriedly rushes out of the office. And the mayor looks to the rest of you and he says, "Well, you can feel free to stay in town tonight or head out now or whatever you'd like, but it takes a couple days to get there, so maybe we'll expect you back here in 5 days. 2 days there, a day for whatever you need to do, and then 2 days back. Does that sound doable?"
What time of day is it? It's still morning?
It's 2. 2 in the afternoon at this point.
I say we leave immediately.
Yeah.
I agree.
Gather any supplies we need and head out, at least get some while we have some daylight.
Give them less time to prepare.
Mm-hmm.
You see the mayor kind of look up to one of the guards at the table, and he says, "Get Franklin." And the man who took your weapons appears into the mayor's office. "Hello, sir." And he says, "Franklin, get them their weapons as well as whatever we can provide for them here." And Franklin just nods curtly and immediately leaves. And the mayor looks to the rest of you and he says, "All right, your things will be waiting for you as you leave." He looks to the rest of the members of the council. "Anybody else? Anything?" Meister Francil, actually Seeker Hess, stands up and looks at all of you and says, "Please, find the bastards that did this." And she walks away and leaves the mayor's office. Maker Druick chugs his last bit of wine, slams it down, and says, "Well, I'm not going to be giving you anything, but if there is anything you want to buy at my shop, it's near where you got to leave from." And he walks away. And then Fiona steps forward, and she, none of you really noticed it before, but she's just finished a sketch of what this device looks like, kind of a rough sketch. And she's kind of looking at it, and she starts to leave the room and then looks up at all of you and says, good luck. And she shuts the notepad and starts to leave, leaving just the mayor, Meister Francil, and Captain Joris there. Meister Francil looks up to the rest of you and says, "We do appreciate your help. I know that this was not something that was easy for you to do or to be a part of, to be succumbed to. Thank you. I appreciate it." And he goes up to each of you and places a hand on each of your shoulders, and looks you in the eyes and just kind of nods, and then walks away. And you're all, as he looks into all of you, his eyes, I mean, they're just like a piercing green, and they're just looking at all of you, and you don't even need to roll insight to know that this man just genuinely seems to care for what's going on. Seems to be a very open man. Actually, Atticus, Elburn, Pharaoh, and Avra, go ahead and roll religion checks.
9.
5.
14. No, 15.
18.
Avra and Atticus, you notice that the holy symbol that is hanging from his cloak is that of Ilmater, who is the symbol. Let me describe it. Well, the symbol is it's a pair of hands bound together, and there's like ruby. There's like a ruby, like a thin ruby around it to look like a red cord that's tying them together. And you know that Ilmater is a god of life and protection, but specifically is a very selfless god, and all of his followers are very selfless and almost martyrish in their life, which makes perfect sense as to why he would be a Meister of an All's Temple, following that god. So he looks to all of you, and he walks out, and then the mayor looks to Captain Joris, and he looks to the rest of you, and he says, "All right, we'll see you here in 5 days. You're free to go."
Just one last quick thing, Mayor. Do you know of an elven man in the city named Drigo?
Oh, yes. I know Drago.
You know, if you have some time, could you make sure that he's okay? He's a friend of mine. I haven't seen him.
Of course. We don't know the exact toll of everything yet. It's still quite early, but I will personally make sure of it, yes.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Of course. So you all begin to walk out of the mayor's office, going back through that lobby area again, and as you start to head into the very beginning, front manor area, do we want to go ahead and take a little potty break? Little break. Okay, so we will be right back with the rest of Performance Check Episode 2.
Hooray!
Welcome back to the rest of Performance Check. So, here we are. You are leaving the mayor's office, heading out into the little lobby area. You are greeted by the guardsman that you have come to know as Franklin, and he gives you all your weapons. They have actually... Go ahead and do... Nah, fuck it. You notice that they have... you notice that they've been shined. And sharpened. All blades have been shined and sharpened. That does nothing to your rolls. You just notice it. And he also comes out with a leather sack that's been tied, and he hands it to. He just puts it out for someone to grab.
I grab it.
You open it up, and it is full of 6 regular healing potions.
I give it to Atticus.
Is this the same guardsman that took our weapons initially?
Yes.
That was asking, and we had the little standoff.
Thank you, Franklin. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Looking at him after he gives me my daggers and such back, I just smile and I pull out the dagger that I had hidden that she gave me, and I was just like, I smile at him like, "Hee," and then I kind of scurry away.
You know what? Roll a charisma check for me.
Ooh,
Jesus.
just kicks
He's
the
gonna
halfling.
be mad. Just,
Roll to be a little stinker.
This is literally, I was gonna say roll a cuteness check, and so that's why roll
Cuteness check 16.
16. He looks at you and you can see him stifle a chuckle, and then kind of gesture his hand as in to put it away. Don't let anybody else see that you did that.
I'll put it back.
But he hands you all your weapons and the healing potions, and he says, unfortunately, we're not necessarily stocked to... what's the word I'm looking for? Not necessarily stocked to provide for an entire adventuring party, but we hope that these healing potions do help you somewhat.
I would say that you
Appreciate
are
it.
stocked for an entire adventuring party. There's
Well, it is
6 potions.
it is a coincidence that we had 6. Yes, I did notice that. That was funny.
I'll hand a healing potion to everybody.
So you all now have a regular healing potion, which, in case you don't know, heals you 2d4 plus 2.
Thank you so much, Atticus. You didn't have to do that to give it out like that, but you did, and that's the sign of a good person.
Of course, I wouldn't have it any other way.
So you all exit Abbott Court, and he also gives you each a map of Lake Peak. So the maps that are in your Roll20 category journal, you now have that and can utilize it. And he tells you, no, he doesn't tell you. Captain Gerace comes out just as you all are leaving, and he hands you a map. And he hands it to the first person he sees, and it's you open it up, and it's a map outside of the north gate that leads to presumably where they think the outpost is. And Captain Gerace hands it over to you, and he says, "All right, well, that's where we think they are. We only know of the location. We have no idea how big it is, what kind of defenses they have, so be careful. And if it's something that you can't get into, just coming back and telling us what you see is, I'm sure, going to be good enough for them. So be careful."
Do you have a way that we could contact you faster? Does anybody have any means of doing that, or would we have to travel all the way back?
He looks at you and is like, I don't.
Okay.
Give me like 5 levels.
You know, after tonight in the morning, I could probably prepare to be able to do that.
Excellent.
Uh,
Well, does anybody have anything they need to do in town? I have a quick thing I need to do.
Maybe doing some preparation. Wouldn't mind running past an armor. Just get something a little bit thicker before we go and fight cannibal monsters.
Do you want to take an hour and then meet back here?
Sure.
What do we need to do?
Sounds good.
Captain Jorace, right before you all separate, also gives you a letter that is signed and sealed with the mayor's seal on it. And he says, "This is for the stable master as you're leaving the north gate. It provides 6 mounts for all of you."
Oh, thank you. Much appreciated.
Of course. And so you all take that hour. So let's do it. Is there anybody going to the same place? Where are we all going? Elburn, where are you going? Let's just do this.
I'm for sure going for armor.
Okay.
To get a higher.
So Rev and Elburn are going to go to an armorer. Pharaoh, where are you headed?
I'm just gonna watch some birds in a park.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Love
Can you
it.
not be sitting though? Can you just be standing idly?
Just in
And
a field.
just
Yeah,
Hands folded like behind your back.
yeah.
most serene.
Kelpie, what about you? Where are you going?
I'm gonna turn to Avra and say, did you still want to go to a bookstore before we leave? Or is that a later thing?
Yeah, who was it that said, that walked out and said that they have a shop on the outskirts of town on our way out?
Or was
That was Maker
Druid.
Druid. Yeah.
that was
you know
Druid
what-
the Angry Dwarf?
You looked at him, and he's probably an armorer of some sort,
Okay,
a blacksmith
okay.
of some sort from his getup.
We could go to the Coming of Page, or the Bound to Be Good, or the Page Sage. I remember Laura said all of those.
Yes, let's do that. Which one would you like to go to, Kelsey?
Bound to Be Good sounded fun. He
Okay.
said that there was some good stuff in there.
Yeah,
But I don't know if I like books. You said you like books. I don't have any books, so I don't know.
I will get you a book.
Okay.
Kelpie, can you read?
Yes, I can read, but I haven't done it in a while, so it would probably take me a minute to remember how to, but I have been taught how.
Pharaoh can also read.
And then Atticus, where are you heading?
I want to go find like a courier service of some kind.
Easily enough. Okay, so let me. What am I looking for here?
Careful, there's a loose dog over here somewhere.
Roll initiative.
Dog. Okay, so let's do this. Let's go with Avra and Kelpie first. So you look at the map of Lake Peak that was given to you. The actual map, a little bit more detailed than the one that you have. You see that Bound to Be Good is the one that you said you were going to, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bound to Be Good is in the Prosper Market, which is in Old Lake Peak, pretty much all the way across town. But you're heading to North Gate to leave anyway, so it's somewhat out of your way.
Well, can we maybe reassess, look at the map, and figure out which one's closest?
They're all in Prosper Market.
Oh, okay. Well, then sure.
Yeah. So they're all in Prosper Market. Actually, that's not true. Coming of Sage is in Barret Square, which is in the Market District. But that's where the attack happened. You assume that shop is probably close.
Yeah.
So you head to Bound to Be Good in Prosper Market. Do you head through Barret Square? Or do you... The main road, as you can see from the map, there's a main road that kind of takes you from the West District through Barret Square and then to the north. Or you can kind of go through the back channels so that you don't have to go through Barret Square.
I'm just gonna follow Avra, so wherever she goes.
Let's go. Yeah, let's not go through Barret Square.
Okay, so you walk through the city of Lake Peak, or the town, I should say, large town, and you eventually make your way to Bound to Be Good. You make your way to the Prosper Market. As you can see, it is what I stated, just a very large market. It has it has multiple shops of all kinds. There's a tavern there. There's an alchemist shop. There's a general store, multiple general stores, and there are a lot of bookshops. One of them being Bound to Be Good. You walk in to Bound to Be Good, and the symbol of Bound to Be Good being just a book with one of the like snap spines on it, that like closes over the whatever the opposite of the spine of the book is, just the open part of the book, and just with the words Bound to Be Good on it. You walk in, and you see a human woman. She's wearing a tattered pair of yellow pants and a matching shirt that is a bit more well kept, a little bit of a deeper yellow, and she has her head shaved bald, and she has these like purple eyes, and she seems kind of surprised when you walked in. The shop is empty other than her standing behind the counter at the far end. And she says, "Oh, hello. Hi. Welcome to Bound to Be Good. My name is Vicky. It's good
okay.
to."
It's okay. You don't need to. We are here casually. We understand that everybody here is under a lot of stress. We are trying to help figure out what happened, and we're here to see if you might have anything that could help us.
Okay. Yes. So, what can I do to help you?
Is there do you have any like notebooks? Do you have a section with like notebooks and stuff like that?
Empty notebooks?
Yeah.
Oh yes, of course. Yeah, we have plenty of those.
Do you have any that maybe have any abilities to like dictate or anything like that?
I understand your questioning. We do have one journal, yes, that can, you speak and the quill will magically write what you are saying. If that is something you're talking about?
Yes. How much does that cost?
Well, that would be 20 gold pieces. It is quite a rare item.
Neat. Yeah, super. So, Kelsey, do you see anything that seems of interest to you?
I don't know. I'll look around, and the first like brightly colored book, I'll just go over to and grab.
Okay. You grab a book off the shelf, and it has this bright red spine, and there's like a black mountain on the spine of it, with what looks like kind of a shimmering figure on the side of it, of like a humanoid. And you pull it out, and it is called The Indispensable Etiquette of Climbing.
I'll open it and kind of flip through and see if there's any pictures.
There's some pictures. It seems to be simply just a book on the best resources to use for climbing different types of terrain, and the best methods, and seems to be a book all about how to safely and efficiently climb over different types of terrain.
Jump just puts it back. She'll turn to the woman and say, Laura said that there was storybooks here, fiction books. Where are those?
Oh yes, there's the section right over here. Then she points to her left, and there's just a section of bookshelf with various brightly colored books.
She'll go over and choose a random one.
She picks a book called it's a little torn, and there's like a stain on it. Seems to be heavily used. but it is entitled "The Life and Mines of a Dwarvish Prospector." And she flips through the book, and it seems to just be about the story of this dwarvish prospector who is a miner and finds a mine. And you could go further and look in if you wanted to.
Is there one that looks like brand new? That's still brightly colored. I want a pretty, clean book.
Yeah, there is.
And she'll just choose that one, and she won't open it. She'll just look at the cover.
The cover is a woman, and a female and male dwarf. The male dwarf is looking off into the distance, and his chest is really exposed. He has very thick black chest hair, and he's looking off into the distance like this. And the woman is leaning up next to him with her hands on his chest. And there seems to be a lot of wind blowing towards them.
Kelfie, after just glancing at the cover, she feels like she's taking too long to decide on a book, so she just is this one, and just shows her.
Right before, when I see you starting to decide, I'm gonna talk. I didn't want to interrupt, but I'm gonna talk to the woman, so you you won't maybe feel as awkward if I'm talking to her.
Okay.
Do you maybe have anything on either the history of the jungle in this area, or even the history of tabaxi culture in the area, or anything like that?
Yes, I'm sure I can find something. If you can give me just a second.
Ooh.
And she steps out from behind the counter, and as you can see, she has these wooden crutches that she walks on, because as she steps out behind the counter, she seems to be missing her right leg. And she's kind of walking, but she seems pretty well adept to it. Her pants are hemmed so that they cover the missing leg. Seems to be something that probably happened a long time ago. And she finds a book that she comes back and gives to you. And it is just a brief almanac type history of just the Lake Peak and the surrounding area, which includes the Tiger Paw Jungle. And then she walks away and then comes back and hands you a book that is history of the races of Erubrian. There's not one specifically about tabaxi, but tabaxi are covered as an entry in this book.
Okay. Yeah, I would love to take both of these. Would you consider it a trade? And I pull out my bag of book holding.
Okay.
And I open it, and I just let her look in. And I have a lot of I've been stealing books from the library my whole life.
Yes, you have. So the thing is, though, your satchel acts as a bag of holding for solely books and written materials.
Yeah.
So the way a bag of holding works is that you reach into the bag and imagine what you want to pull out, or what is stored in it, and then you pull it out. So without knowing what is in there, she looks in the satchel, and it just looks like an empty satchel.
Oh, okay. So I reach into it and pull out the whatever book it is that I know the best, that I have memorized the most.
Okay, yeah, you pull out a book that is just basic arcane magic. Basically, it's just arcane magic for dummies. It's the first book that you grabbed, and it's very well torn. You have some notes in it. So that's what you pull out. She looks at it, and she says, "Oh, well, I have this. We have a couple copies of this book."
Of course, and I'll pull out something that's in good condition, but not dear to me.
So you bring out a book that you just started kind of recently, that you were definitely into, but weren't really finding the time to read it. It's a biography. It's called The Glorious Conundrums of the Witch Hunter, and it's just about it's a historical fiction piece about this man who was a glorified witch hunter, and so you pull that out, and she looks at that and she says, "Oh, and I've never seen this before. That's yes, we would take this one for the history of the races, but
Okay, and then how much for the other one?
5 silver pieces."
Okay, yes, of course.
And then she kind of looks over to the side, and Kelpie has returned with her book, and she says, "Oh, and then for both of them total, just a gold piece."
Oh, perfect. And I give her a gold.
Okay, yeah. So you give her a gold piece, and you now have the history of the races of Erubrian, the Almanac of Lake Peak, and Dwarven Awakening, which is Kelpie's book.
She's gonna hate this book.
Maybe it'll awaken something in her.
God, I hope not.
Really into dwarves now.
All right, so then the two of you head to the North Gate, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Pharaoh, you make your way towards the North Gate of the city, and on your way, you go ahead and make a perception check for me.
Sure, no problem. 16.
16, easily enough. You find a little Greenland area set off to the side of some buildings. It's raining, so nobody's there, but it has a nice little bench leaned up against a rock underneath an apple tree. And it's like not really a park, but it's like a area of greenery in the middle of the city just to like give it some greenery, you know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I sit in the bench, but I don't put my back against the back of the bench. I kind of sit straight as an arrow, like in the middle of the bench, just looking around.
Okay.
Just having a good day to myself.
All right. Easily enough. You find a sense of calm and feel like it's good for you to get away from all the hecticness of what has occurred this morning and afternoon. So it is relaxing. All right, Atticus, I need you to roll a investigation check for me.
14.
14. You are walking down the street towards towards the Prosper Market, actually, which is where Kelpie and Ava were walking towards, as there is a courier service there. And you hear like a crumpling, and you reach into a pocket on your like vest or tunic, and there was a piece of paper there that was not there before.
What does the paper say?
You open it up.
Does it say anything?
Yeah, you open it up, and it says, "Against my better judgment, a friend of mine has requested your audience at the All's Temple. - Meister Franciel."
Do I see anybody around me that like would have slipped me this piece of paper, or would?
Make an intelligence check.
13.
You think that in the moment you probably were distracted by his general gaze, but you think in the moment where Meister Franciel approached all of you and put a hand on your shoulders, that he might have done it then.
Okay.
Especially since the note is signed by him.
Yeah. I would. And I'm at the courier service right now?
You're on your way there, yeah. And the All's Temple is located on the other side of town. So if you hurried, you could get to the courier service, do that real quick, and then head to the All's Temple. But you wouldn't be able to spend that much time if you still want to meet them within the hour.
Yeah, I would quickly go to the courier service.
Okay, so you head to the courier service, and simple setup. You've seen it in most cities.
Right.
You walk up, and a half-orc gentleman kind of greets you and nods. Seems to be a little bit tired. He says, "Yeah, how can I help you?"
I'm looking to send some gold and a letter.
Yeah, easily enough. Where's it going?
It's going to Dorothy Varcona in Pine Drift.
Okay, yeah, and he's writing all of this down. How much gold?
25 gold.
Okay. All right, with the weight and letter, yeah, that'll just be a gold to ship it.
Perfect.
All right.
And then I'll write out a letter for him to Dorothy, just kind of explaining what happened, but not the part where I got, transported to another dimension. Just that there was something that happened in town. They entrusted me to go investigate it. I should be back in Lakes Peak in 5 days. If you need anything, here's 25 gold. I also tell her, like, Lakes Peak's pretty nice. Maybe it could be a place that we, travel to.
Okay, great. Easily enough. Definitely done quick and easy. Not a lot of people looking to send mail right now, so you're able to get in and out. The guy nods and puts everything away. He says, "All right, well, the next round is leaving the ferry tomorrow morning, so should be there in a few days."
Appreciate it, and I'll hand him a gold.
Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate that. It's a shitty day.
I know. Here's hopefully that can help brighten your day a little bit. And then I gotta take off. I gotta see a man about a temple.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah.
I'll rush over.
Yeah.
I'll run there.
Run to the Alls Temple. You head to the Temple District, as it's called, the Alls Temple District, and you see many temples. Immediately, with your knowledge of religion, you see one to you see the Alls Temple itself, which is the largest building, and it's kind of like a cul-de-sac with just literally temples all around it. You see one to Gond, you see one to Ogma.
I'll be looking for one for Lyra if it's around.
You do see one for Lyra. It's more of a you know how some restaurants are you just come in and order the food and you leave, you can't stay in there.
Yeah.
It looks like the temple version of that.
Okay. Like a little pizza joint on the corner.
Exactly. Yeah. Because she's definitely a well-known god, but she's just not huge. Yeah. And then you see the Alls Temple.
I would head in.
You head on in. It is set up very similarly. They're like Starbucks. They all come pre-shipped or come pre-made. It's just you walk in, and there's 2 alcoves to the side for various things, coats and storage, or the Meister's room. They're very humble establishments, and then it's just a big round dome. There is a large basin that is filled with fire that is just kind of roaring, and from that basin there are little triangles or little slices, almost as if the dome is a pizza, tiny slices that lead towards altars all the way around the dome, and each little slice is painted with the colors and symbol, obviously stretched and elongated along the slice, of these gods.
Cool.
Awesome. And you see that there's actually quite a few people in here. Because of the events of the day, it would make sense. You see a lot of people. You do see Meister Francile. He is currently near the basin, talking to someone, and he puts his hands on either side of their face, and is just kind of whispering to them, and leads them away. And then he notices you, and you kind of meet each other halfway as he starts to approach you as well. And he says, "Mr. Varcona, was it?"
Yes, you requested my presence.
Yes. If you wouldn't mind giving me just one moment. And he walks to one of the 2 rooms that are on either side of the entrance of the Alls Temple, and he opens it up. And he comes out with another person, a human male, with a bald head. The human male walks past you with just kind of a nod and walks towards the Great Basin, and he says, "Okay, now we can leave." He takes you outside of the Alls Temple, and you walk to the Temple of Helm. Helm, you know to be the god of life and protection, specifically a god that's often chose by very heroic type people. He's a god of a lot of knights. So that's kind of what you know of Helm. And let me pull this up. And you walk in, and immediately head towards the side of the temple instead of going into where the actual altar is. And there's a small wooden door there. And you and Master Francile gives it a little knock. And at the door is an average-sized older man, but he is incredibly fit for his age. You can even see it under his shirt and everything. He's a buff guy. Looks definitely got the dad bod type situation going on.
Nice.
He's a bald head with a thick gray goatee, and he looks and he says, "Master Francile, good. Glad you come here. And this must be Atticus."
It is indeed.
Hi, I'm Lucius Potter. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure's all mine. How can I help you?
All right, well, I know that this might be a little bit untoward, so I just need to let you know that what I'm about to show you is only meant out of a matter of respect, and not in any other means.
Making me a little nervous.
Meister Francile kind of sighs, and he says, "Lucius, I understand your thought process on this." And Lucius just puts up a hand and he says, "Francile, we talked about this. I feel like this is right. I feel like this is the only thing we need to be doing. If you could join me." And he walks.
Matthew McConaughey, is he?
If Matthew McConaughey had a dad bod and was bald with a gray goatee. And he shuts the door behind him, and he walks with you through the altar and sanctuary of the Temple to Helm. And the Temple to Helm having this this huge gauntlet, which is the symbol of Helm, up at the altar, and very bright yellows and brass all throughout the sanctuary. And he takes you back to this other room, and you start to head down a spiral staircase into a basement-esque area. There's this long hallway with torch sconces on either side illuminating it, and Lucius turns back as he's walking through the hallway and he says, "Don't worry, we're not here to kill you or anything. I know this might be a little spooky." And he
I definitely had my hand on my sword and kind of take it off. Like, what? Can you give me a hint? Can you tell me why? I'm completely in the dark right now.
I need your guidance on something.
How do you know me?
I heard about you.
Who?
We're right here, and he opens the door. He opens the door at the very end, and you open it up, and it's a well-lit room, and there are 2 stone slabs in this room, and one of them unmistakably has a body on it. The body is currently covered with a blanket. And he looks over at you and puts up his hands and kind of backs away. And he says, "Listen, I mean no harm. I know that this is a little strange, but I need you to trust me here, all right?"
I don't trust you, but okay.
Meister Francile kind of puts a hand on your shoulder and he says, "I don't agree with what he's about to show you or propose, but he is a man of honor." And you all walk over to the table, and the blanket is lifted, and you unmistakably see the body of Guillaume Whitleaf on this slab. Go ahead and roll a religion check for me.
I think 11. Yeah, 11.
Helm is a pretty popular god, so the DC was 10. There's one thing that you remember about Helm. There's a lot of gods of life and protection and light and a lot of vague stuff like that. Helm is specifically a defender of the weak, and specifically children. Helm is a god that values the life of a child above all else. And so Lucius looks at you and he says, "I'm sure you're starting to put 2 and 2 together here."
Yes, I am.
This This young lad, he went before his time.
Yeah, I would agree.
And immediately Maester Franciel says, I cannot believe, Lucius, we can't be having this discussion, please.
Can you get to the point?
Lucius just kind of puts his arms down. He says, I want to bring the boy back.
How is that even possible?
It's a spell. It's one that takes a lot of practice to learn. One that took me years to master, and one that I've never tried.
I'm willing to do anything that it takes.
And then Maester Franciel speaks up, and he says, you know what, you're not out in the rain anymore, so I'm gonna... oh my god, it's so crazy. Here we go. He looks up at you and he says, the thing is, that what he's not telling you is that this will take a lot out of him. And we don't even know if it's going to work. Lucius, you're just a human man. There's only so much your body can take, especially at your age. And Lucius says, listen here. I'm a tough guy, alright? I can take care of myself. I've been through a lot. And this little boy, I heard, Atticus, that you, from the guards, I heard how much you cared about him.
Yeah.
Which is why I told Francine to get you. Because I know that Draffer wouldn't go for this. But I think I can try this. I think I can try this, and I think I can bring this boy back.
Do I believe him?
Yeah, roll an insight
check.
Yeah, for sure.
8.
He seems to be desperately telling you the truth.
Is this something that's been done before? Maybe not by you?
Maester Franciel speaks up then and says, yes, it is something that I've heard that highly capable healers are able to perform, but it is something that takes a lot out of not only the returnee, but the caster itself. And Lucius, you're not thinking this boy, you want to bring him back into a world where he died a horrible death and his father died along with him. And you want him to deal with that emotionally. You have no idea how much that would traumatize this child. And Lucius says, but it would at least give him the chance. I mean, hell forbid this happen. This is a mockery of him. This is a mockery of all creation that this happened.
What do you need from me?
I need nothing from you. Maester Franciel looks over and he says he needs approval. He needs
his guardian.
He needs to believe that this isn't a wrong choice, because apparently he won't take my word for it.
That's me between a rock and a hard place here. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't think his journey was over.
Exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm saying. Helm would want this boy to have a chance.
Can I take a moment and kind of let me kind of check in with Lyra? Maybe she can send me a sign. I just want to try to take a moment and just hold my holy symbol and
for sure. You're a paladin, right?
Yes.
Roll a charisma check with your proficiency bonus.
Okay.
I used to make these religion checks, but with deity type check-ins, I think it makes more sense to make it your ability.
I'm going to use my DM inspiration.
Ooh, okay.
Hopefully better. That's worse. Fuck.
Oh no.
Do I use the second roll now?
No. I mean, you get advantage. It's
Got
basically what the DM.
It's be 9 plus. It'd be 15.
15. You kind of grasp your holy symbol, and you've never really spoken with Lyra. You've definitely have proof of her existence and have felt her presence, especially when you perform the abilities that you're able to.
It's been a one-way conversation.
For sure, yeah, but you've never really heard her speak back to you. And this moment is the same. You don't hear a voice, but you're holding onto this holy symbol, and it's hard to tell, but in that moment you're allowed to take a deep inhalation and a very calming breath, and you feel your heart calm. And in that one moment, you feel at peace. And that is the answer that you get.
Oh, you son of a bitch. Yeah, okay. I feel at peace.
Yeah.
You know what, Lucius? I don't know if it's the right decision.
Atticus, we can do it. We can bring him back. He can look upon this world again and have a chance.
Yeah, but I don't. I think that maybe he was meant for something greater, but maybe it wasn't. Maybe it wasn't here. I feel like maybe this is what, as I don't want this to be the case, but I think maybe this is what was supposed to happen.
And Maester Francil sighs a deep sigh of relief. And Lucius looks up at you and he says, I don't agree, but I do understand. And if this man here, who clearly wanted for this child, and fought to keep him alive no matter what, if he can say that to my face, then I must be in the wrong here.
Maybe you can use that ability for somebody else that was fallen. Maybe there's somebody else who has unfinished business that you can help.
He puts the blanket back over Guillaume's face and says, maybe you're right. I'll make sure the boy is sent off well.
I appreciate it. You did the right thing.
Maybe one day I'll think so. And he pats you on the shoulder, and he leads you all out of the temple.
Maybe me too.
And I'm assuming you'll head to the north gate.
Yeah, and I'll chug half a bottle of the carrot ale that I have.
Easily enough. Quenches your thirst as well as calm your nerves from that moment. When you approach the outside of the All's Temple district again, Meister Francil looks at you and he says, to be honest, I understood where he was coming from. It's the only reason I even brought you here and played a part in this, but my gut told me it was wrong, and I'm glad I had someone like you there to solidify that opinion.
Well, I really appreciate you bringing me in on this, and when I took a moment, it just didn't. As much as I would rather have given myself instead of Guillaume at that moment, but it doesn't feel right.
I wish I could do the same, trust me. It's good to know that someone else agrees with me when I say things do happen for a reason. And I think you and your newfound companions, there is obviously a reason why you were put together. I mean, something literally told you about it. But yeah. I think if you do believe that things happen for a reason, then I want to give you one piece of advice.
Please.
Lean on them. Don't let them go. I feel something. I don't know if it's in the air or... I don't know, but I am relieved to have met the six of you. And I think that you should be as well.
I am. It feels like we were all put in this spot for a reason, and I think that we're gonna get to the bottom of this, and I think we're gonna wipe them out. I think we're gonna. Guillaume may be gone, but he's not forgotten, and I appreciate you bringing me here.
Of course. And just keep a mind open, because this may go just beyond here. And he nods to you and walks into the All's Temple.
Okay, then I'll go head over to North Gate.
All right. We are back out in the rainy village as Rev and Elburn, you find yourself towards the North Gate at Druick's Anvil. It was easily enough to find. It's on the main road outside of the on its way outside the city. You approach once again. The streets are pretty bare. This blacksmith there's no one here other than it's kind of like there's a wooden building that is the actual like establishment, and then there's like an awning that's open to the outside air where he does all of the actual like blacksmithing, and you see him out there currently banging on something. He's unmistakable with that black mohawk braided down his back, and seems to just be in the midst of currently banging out some sort of shield. You arrive to Druick's Anvil.
Hello there.
You see him look up, take off his goggles. He's like soot tan lined, and he looks at you. Oh, hey, there you are. You actually took me up on my offer. Well, good to see you.
Well, if we're going to be going after these bandits, whatever they are, cannibals, creatures, we don't really know.
Bandits, is one thing. Cannibal.
Yeah. Cannibal.
Nice
cannibal. Whatever. We figured we needed some armor of some sort that was a little bit stronger than what we've got on. I myself need something stronger, but also something that I can move in. I primarily I use my hands more often than I use weapons to fight my enemies.
All right. So you're looking for some armor, and what are you looking for?
I've got the leather armor, but if you had something a little bit sturdier, maybe studded or...
I might be able to hook you up for something. Come on inside. And he takes you inside. And let me look at this here. Blah, blah, blah.
Are you moving your chair?
I am.
Okay, that's not it.
Daisy,
Here
that's
we
a
go.
book, you idiot.
Daisy,
oh my
come on,
God.
that's stupid. Get her out of here.
That's the video thumbnail.
It's definitely a wizard's cat.
For sure. What a dork.
That is the probably cutest thing I have seen in a while.
That's really cute. Okay, so he brings you inside, and he says, "All right, well, looks like you both have it, just normal leather armor, right?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or at least I do. Sorry, I
Yeah.
didn't mean to speak for you.
Yeah.
And he's like, "All right, well, as far as still allowing you to be able to move, but giving you a little bit of extra protection, I got these right here." And he slides them over to you. And it's just two very finely made suits of studded leather armor.
Exactly what I was looking for.
Provides you +1 more to your AC, but no movement restrictions. You kind of feel the material, and it's made out of there's pads along the arms and along the straight areas of it, almost kind of like the Batman Begins armor suit, where it's like armor and then in between it is like a kind of a thick mesh almost type thing. So it's made out of various pads that have space in between them so that you can still move very well, but the pads are very thick and armored.
Was it an aesthetic thing? Why did you put nipples on these?
They're rather thick nipples too. That's the.
Because don't you
interesting
think
part.
your nipples need protecting? Everyone forgets that in the armor piece. The nipples need room to grow, room to breathe, so that they can be protected.
Well, what I think he's saying is, I think does the armor like is armor when you temper it specifically like weaker at the nipple unless you put the nipples on?
Well, let's imagine this, all right? You got a piece of armor, right? You've got the armor right here, and then you've got your nipple over here, right? Let's say a
Hold
dagger.
on, wait.
Hold
how
on,
far
let's.
away?
Well, the armor's right here, and then you got the nipple right here, okay? But just imagine what I'm saying here.
Oh,
right,
okay.
so you've got
Yeah,
the
yeah.
armor right here, and then the nipple, right? Imagine a dagger going through the armor, right? If the nipple's hard, right, you're gonna be hitting the nipple before you hit anything else, right? Because the nipple's sticking out a little bit further on the skin. So you imagine that, right? Well, imagine this. A piece of armor with a little nipple built in, so that even if your nipple is a little hard, it takes the same amounts of pressure rather than slightly less pressure to reach your nipple.
Can I ask you a very serious question?
Of course.
Did you mostly fight in like blizzards?
I'm a
Is that
dwarf,
why-
of course I did.
But like,
I'm
are
from
your
the fucking mountains, boy.
okay? So your nipples are just always hard when you fight?
If you're doing it right.
Yeah, I would agree with him. Most fights I've been in, my nipples do get weirdly hard.
Am
course
I
they
the
do.
weird one with like unreactive combat nipples?
Look, we're
Looks like you're not getting into it as much as you
yeah,
should be.
I'd say
I'm sure you've got some unlocked potential there that you could be going through.
What?
Release the nipple, boy. Trust me.
That sounds like a really good name for like a movement of some sort, but I don't. I don't know. Why are you into fighting? Like, isn't it just about survival?
Of course,
Look,
but your nipple needs to survive as well. I don't understand where the confusion is coming from.
I thought we were a little bit more kindred spirits, you and I. We fight specifically in leather outfits.
Well, yeah. No, I mean, like the aesthetic is great. We're in the same place.
Listen, if you really want, you can sand the nipples off yourself, okay?
No. I'm not gonna like stop your handiwork, your nipple work. I guess. I'm honestly curious because I've never noticed myself having super hard nipples while I'm doing this.
I bet pay attention next time. I bet
I agree with this one.
now that we brought your
yeah.
attention to it,
Yeah.
I bet
Your adrenaline is probably just gushing through your veins
Yeah.
so hard that you don't even notice how hard your nipples are. You're a lucky man to never have your nipples attacked in combat, I'll tell you that much.
Who says I haven't?
Well, then I
your
feel like-
reaction to this whole conversation.
No, the reaction is to the fact that I don't understand why you need specific nipple protection. Like you explained it, like I heard you. I'm just so curious as to like how hard they get that you need armor to stop it from being stabbed. That's the part I'm getting at. You know what? I think we probably should just pay.
I agree. Yeah. For the two suits, I'll give you a little bit of a discount. It'll be 60 gold pieces for the two of them.
All right, I've got 30.
Yeah, no, I got my half covered.
All right, beautiful. Thank you very much.
The nipples are great.
He takes the 60 gold pieces from you, total 30 from each. He kind of eyes you a little bit, and then walks away. And you two are the proud owners of 2 pairs of studded leather armor.
Yeah. Is that just studded leather?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, great.
Yes, sir. Should just give you a +1 to your AC.
That's what I thought.
All right. So everybody has now done what they went out to do. You now all meet at the northern gate of the city. For the sake of brevity, we'll say that you stop off at the stablesman, and you're able to get some horses for y'all, some mounts that you're able to ride on out of the city. So
I for sure talked to Rev about nipples the whole way back, and I'm very curious about how hard his nipple gets during combat.
Also, Kelfie
also-
does not get a horse.
okay. Rev.
also just like as it has been raining for some time, like I've let the disguise self drop, but also now that it's been raining, like the disguise that I had given, like with makeup and like spirit gumming, like fake ears, like I've just kind of like taken everything off. Like,
Yeah.
I look at Elbert and it's like, let's not be weird about this.
We've talked a lot about nipples. I think there isn't a. I think the level of weird is. We're fine, and you're right. We do have a very similar aesthetic. I've got my hood up and like my long leather duster. Like I'm definitely like a goth boy looking person from just like a cursory glance.
Great. So you all gather your horses. Kelpie does not grab one. So Kelpie, do you jump on the back of anybody's or?
Once they're out of the city, she will wild shape into a riding horse.
Okay. So Kelpie, as you all are walking, Kelpie wild shapes into a horse. Just so you know, you can only stay as a horse for an hour. Okay. All right. Cool. Just let you know. So you have wild shaped into a riding horse.
Awesome.
She's like, she definitely looks like the coolest horse out of all of the horses. The other horses look like basic bitches compared to Kelpie's riding horse.
Does that horse have a name
Huh?
that it responds to? Did my horse have like a name that it responds to?
Yeah, sure does. Sure does. Do you want to know it?
Yeah, I would love to know it.
You want to know the horse's name?
Just like
we
what
all-
it needs to, what I can call so it would respond, to my
I feel like you're
commands.
padding for time here.
Well, I'm just making sure he wants to. Do you want to know? Because you're gonna need some. If you want to know Kelpie's horse's name, you just need to ask Kelpie.
Yeah, no, the one that I'm riding.
Okay, Tracker.
Tracker.
Yeah.
Hey, Zach.
By the way, fucking
Yeah.
awesome name for a horse.
Okay, cool. Pharaoh.
Is
Yeah.
there a name that my horse has?
Yeah. Starburst.
Oh.
Does mine happen to have? Does mine happen to have a name as well?
Yeah, Daisy.
Cracker, Starburst, Daisy.
Yep.
I don't
Um,
want to know mine.
Oh,
I don't know my name.
real quick.
Good.
Does his
because-
horse have a name? Does
Yeah.
his horse have a name?
Yeah, I'm glad he didn't ask for it because it's Benson and he hates being answered to by Benson.
Does my horse have a name? as
Yeah,
well?
Lightning Flame.
Lightning Flame.
Lightning
you-
Flame. Yeah.
Yours is the lamest.
It's kind of a try hard. Don't you
Like
think?
actually lame or
Elbert, did you
like
make that
bad?
name up?
Does the horse match the name?
Huh?
Does it look like a lightning flame? or
It looks
does
like a very skinny brown horse.
Ooh.
Like it was almost called Mud, but someone was like, "It'll be funny to call him Lightning Flame."
You honestly assume that's exactly what happened.
That makes sense. Wow, you planned that out. That's fantastic.
Yeah. All
While
up
we-
here already, guys. It was living up here already.
You got a lot of wrinkles in that brain up there.
Oh yeah, no smooth brains up here.
While during the hour of riding, if nothing else happens, Kelpie will want to have casual conversation with all the horses.
Okay.
And so I'm glad you asked names because she would have also asked for all of their names anyway.
You learn the names of all the horses.
And,
They're all.
and she wants to make sure that they're happy, that they're okay,
It's a
that they're not
living.
tired, that they're, all of that.
They all seem to enjoy what they do. They get well fed and housed well and get to go out and ride and be free. Benson's a bit of a
Okay.
dud. But
Well, I mean, okay.
but other than that, everybody else seems pretty cool. They actually all really like Lightning Flame. Like, you'd think that he's, like, kind of picked on, especially with that name and the way he looks, but, like, he's really funny.
And
Yeah.
Starburst is like the leader.
Huh?
Starburst is like the leader.
She
of
is the
horses.
leader, you're right. Yeah, she is, yeah.
Good
She's
girl.
like
Tracker's the fastest.
Tracker's the fastest, and he's always trying to prove himself to
Yep,
Starburst.
yep.
I feel
But-
like because it's
Yeah.
you are saying tracker, not track door, right?
Tracker, yeah.
Her name's Tractor.
Tractor.
Fastest.
Tractor.
Oh, tractor.
Tractor.
Let's go.
Is Lightning Flame like does he have like a noble lineage or something?
Lightning Flame?
Yeah.
You don't know.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Can
you're right. I can't speak with
ask
animals. So.
No.
What?
Can I ask Lightning Flame what his parents did before him?
He has no clue.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't remember his parents.
I wasn't
The
sure. if,
horses
like,
laugh at the
his
fact that you think
parents
they
were
would
at
remember
the-
their parents.
Oh, that's sad.
They
I
don't
like
remember what
saying
happened to
it's
them
okay.
like a month ago.
We just hear them whinnying all of a sudden in
Like
unison.
goldfish.
Yeah.
This is where the campaign slowly pivots to being about horses.
Turns into My Little Pony.
So you are all
Power of
traveling.
friendship.
All right, so you begin to travel down the road, and the rain slowly begins to fall away. And in this late afternoon, the area is more clear, more peaceful as you all begin to walk out. Who would be leading the charge, let's say?
I would be near the front, yeah.
I would be near the front as well, for sure.
Okay.
I
But
think
at
we
the very
established
front?
that Starburst is the leader, so
What'd you say?
Starburst is the
That was
leader,
just-
is what
That
he
is
said.
true.
Yeah,
Starburst is
that
the leader of the horses. So
And then Tracker would automatically follow Starburst, so.
does make sense.
Lightning Flame would be right behind. He, keeping track of everybody, helping out.
Cracking wise.
Doing some joke about his name.
Ooh.
Just a little
Lightning
something
Flame,
peaceful for you to
cracking
look at.
wise.
So you all are traveling down the road. It's late afternoon now. You honestly only travel for a couple hours before it hits sunset. After that hour that you wild shape, Kelfie, do you
Just
what do you do?
before it ends, I'll turn to Daisy, still as a horse, and say, is it cool if you have two people on you? I don't know if.
Oh my gosh, yes, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's so fine.
Okay, thanks, Daisy.
Yeah.
And
Wait.
then I'll go ahead.
Wait. Are you gonna look
Yeah.
like how you are now?
No, I'm small, so
okay.
I won't add. I'm not like a giant. Don't worry.
I figured. Yeah. No, that's totally fine. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So then I'll end my wild shape, and then be like, wait, and then I'll go over to Avra and say, Daisy said that I could join you, and I kind of whisper to her, I was like, I don't actually know how to ride a horse, so
Oh, it's cool, and I'm gonna like just grab her arm and like toss her on the back of the horse so she can just like grab onto me.
Yeah, easily enough. And honestly, Abra, you've definitely ridden horses before, like throughout the city, but like not that many times, and not on like an open road. So you're able to like stay up, but like I don't know, advanced maneuvering might be a question. We'll get to that when we come to it, if we come to it.
Super duper.
So you continue down. You continue down the road. The sun is beginning to set. Yeah. Birds are chirping.
A quick perception check.
Go ahead. It's a warm night, so you start hearing some buzzing of some cicada type bugs.
I shit my pants with my natural one.
Yeah, for some reason I don't know if it's like the stress or what, but you're like sweating a little bit extra, and the bugs are really all over you, and it's like hard to keep them off you. You're a little distracted.
I also rolled a perception check.
Yeah.
I got a 23.
23. Pharaoh, you're up at the front. Go ahead and roll one as well for me. Will you?
Yeah, probably be better than a 23.
Oh.
Ooh, I rolled exactly a 23.
You both at the exact same time notice. You both notice kind of a secluded area, about like a half-mile off trail, that seems to be just like a little like grove of like 10 trees, that might provide good cover and a good place to camp for the night.
You seeing what I'm seeing, Rev?
I think we are.
we.
We don't even have to explain it to each other. We just know.
Yeah.
What do you guys see?
What is it?
Danger?
What do you see?
More goddamn mosquitoes.
I'll hold my hand on my sword. What is it?
Rev, you want to explain?
What? What is it?
I see a grove of trees.
Yeah?
You really played that up.
That's
we
it?
can Hang out there if you want to.
Oh, you
Oh,
make a
So
camp.
we're not in danger.
I corroborate his findings.
Yeah, okay.
All right, so you all head off the trail. and make your way to this little grove of trees as the sun eventually finally starts to set. Um,
Make us a campfire.
easily enough.
No, I got it. And Kelpie will run off, grab some sticks, and then cast create bonfire.
Oh, awesome.
Ooh.
On
Yeah.
one tiny stick, a massive fire.
It's a 5-foot cube of a fire
Well,
just
I was gonna
explodes
say,
out.
like, Great Bonfire doesn't need fuel. It
Well,
just
but she wants it to last, so she'll get a couple sticks just for the show
For
of it. And
marshmallows.
then... Exactly. We'll
Yeah.
need something to burn.
Easily enough. You lay down the little area, the little pit where you're going to put it, and just wave your hands, push them forward. The heat shoots forward from your hands, lights up the little kindling, and a bonfire is created in that space. You all tie up the horses, make sure that they're good, and you have set up camp.
I'm gonna go to the where we came from the trail.
Yeah.
And cast alarm.
Okay.
Which will last. It takes me 11 minutes to do, but it'll last for 8 hours. So I can do a 20-foot cube.
Okay.
I'll just get a ping in my head if something enters that area.
Yeah, for sure. So you go up to kind of where you guys entered this little grove off the trail, and sit down, reach into your satchel, pull out one of your spell books, and begin to go through the ritual to cast alarm. So you are doing that. What's everybody else doing?
is it getting dark out?
It is, yes, the sun is setting.
This is the first time that Rev has been in the dark, in dark, since leveling up. Really, because he left the lantern on in the room before to keep an eye on things.
Yep.
And so he's got devil sight, and he's realizing that for the first time.
Yes, he sure is.
In the dark.
Uh-oh.
It's almost like Peter Parker waking up and realizing he doesn't need glasses anymore. You're just able to, let me actually pull this up. I just want to make sure I know exactly what it does.
Be normally in darkness.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
a distance of 120 feet.
Yeah, so it's basically it is. You can tell that time has passed, and you can tell that it's dark, but instead of just being dark, the world is in a shade of light blue now. But you can pretty much see everything just as if the sun was out.
He just kind of wanders around, looking at stuff.
Yeah.
Right, Rev?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I'm good.
Hey, Rev. I go over and give Rev a big hug and just kind of rub his shoulders.
Hi.
Hey. Hope you're doing well, right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
That's really good to hear. I noticed that you gave a different name back there. As if you want to talk about it, I'm always here for you.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, it's mostly just no authority needs to know my name.
Got it. That makes total sense. And honestly, I should have been right there with you. But unfortunately, a lot of people know my name. Well, should
A
I?
lot of people?
I've got a lot of acquaintances. Is Rev your real name?
Yeah, Rev is my real name. Yeah.
Cool. I feel like we've really bonded in this moment.
You seem to react when I had brought up Faluin earlier too. I think I noticed that.
Yeah, that's my old hometown.
Mm-hmm.
My old stomping grounds. I haven't been there for a while. I kind of wander around, but it's a good place generally.
Yeah, I've never been there. So.
Yeah, lots of elves, but there are lots of other people there too. It's pretty good. Maybe I haven't been back there in a while. Maybe I'll join you.
Cool. Yeah. No, I'd love somebody who knows a little bit better. Maybe show me where this library is at.
Yeah, I would love to show you the library. There's so many cool places there I could show you.
Ooh.
Maybe they've changed since haven't been there in a while, but we can find out together.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Cool. Cool.
Great. I squeeze his shoulders, give him a quick back rub, and walk away.
Squeezing his
Oh.
shoulders.
Whole time he's like, yeah,
Yeah.
It's like giving him a
Totally.
massage.
Weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kelpie's gonna make a makeshift, just like grab a stick and light it from the bonfire, and then scamper off into the woods to do some foraging for
Yeah.
some dinner for as much as she can carry.
Easily enough. Go ahead and roll a survival check with advantage. Ian,
It's a
will you
nat
check
20.
Ian, will you check your Zoom DMs? Nat 20?
Hmm.
Oh, easily enough. You find this little grove happens to be like really well, I don't know, stocked is the best word I can say, but it's not stocked. You find really thick, heavy mushrooms that will be super good toasted or in like a stewish type situation. Find lots of berries. You find all kinds of stuff. Everything, obviously, especially since you're the one foraging plant-based. But yeah, you bring back a series of berries and some like larger light purple fruits that you've never seen before, but you take a sniff and you kind of trust your instincts at this point to know that they're definitely probably fine, especially with that natural 20. And the mushrooms, and you bring it all on in.
I'll bring it all and then just kind of like dump it by the fire and start cutting up the mushrooms.
All right, easily enough. What are you up to, Atticus?
I'd be hanging out by the fire. I would kind of set up my campsite a little bit. Then I would do some light workout. Do some push-ups and practice some fighting stances.
Obviously, it's attractive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Effortlessly attractive.
Yeah, no, it is. Yeah, for sure. At this point, Avra, you're a little glitchy for me. Now you're better. At this point, you are done with your alarm spell. You feel it successfully cast. So that's what happens. Go ahead.
I'm gonna sit by the fire and open the almanac that I bought.
Okay.
And start to read about the Tiger Paw Jungle.
Easily enough, you start to read on that. So you're reading on that. I'll have you like roll a check for that a little bit later. Elburn, what are you up to?
After I see Pharaoh go over and just start rubbing Reb's shoulders and they start talking, I see that and know that's a very clear bonding moment that I probably don't need to be a part of.
Okay.
And so I go out and try to get some food for myself to like store for the journey, since I don't have many rations on me. And then after I go out and do that, I'm gonna go practice like some martial arts forms on my own, like at the edge of the camp, but still within the firelight.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Let me see here. Go ahead and roll a perception check for me.
Oh my god, a 6.
All clear. Looking good out here.
Great. Cool. Nice. And then I go back to the camp and start doing my very Tai Chi-esque, going through each form and just kind of trying to breathe out the day.
Easily enough. Okay, so the night is yours. You guys can go to sleep. You can Kelpie has made your food for you this evening if you're willing to partake in it.
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's about it. Wait, why isn't this playing anymore? The night music.
Ian,
Oh,
I was just blaming you for the music.
There we go.
what did I do?
So, the night is yours.
Today sucked.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
not
stop
the best
mid
day.
form and look over. Yeah.
Yep, one of the worst days I've had in a while. Definitely.
Yesterday wasn't great either.
What happened yesterday?
I picked up smoking.
Oh,
Mm.
Like tobacco or something.
Yeah. And I do start rolling cigarette.
Yeah, sure. The D&D.
Anybody want a drink?
Yes.
No.
already got one. Carrot ale.
Yeah, I just like to share a drink with friends around the campfire. Delicious food. Thank you, Kelfie.
Anybody play any instruments? Anybody? Nobody.
No.
Ah,
I telepathically tell Gidget to go do a dance.
This brownish ethereal mouse goes down Avra's body and kind of sits on his hind legs in front of all of you at the fire and just like starts to like
Yeah.
Atticus would start clapping and stand up and kind of dance with Gidget.
yeah.
I'll get Biscuit out and say, Biscuit, you want to join? Do you want to dance too?
Biscuit like looks at the ground and then looks up at you and kind of looks a little concerned, but then runs down and doesn't really know how to dance, so he just kind of like jumps and spins in a circle as he's jumping, just like over and over again, just like jumping, spinning.
I'll start clapping.
I definitely just sit and like take a swig, enjoying it, but definitely like oh, okay. And I do
Yeah.
take a little glance at Rev's bag.
Okay.
They say dancing is cathartic.
Wait, you take a glance at
Atticus.
Rev's bag?
The bag he has. Doesn't he have a bag?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
For what?
I was just looking at it.
I'm confused. Why are you just looking at Rev's bag?
I was just staring over at it while I'm taking a drink.
What are you trying to discern from it?
Nothing. I'm just literally looking at it.
I'm confused. Did I miss something earlier?
It's the delivery
No.
bag, yeah?
Yeah, the delivery bag.
Oh, his
Yeah.
delivery package.
Yeah, his secret
Understood,
package that he
understood.
doesn't know.
Understood.
Yeah.
That's the
I was
package. you're
just
looking
as
at.
confused.
I just thought you
Yeah,
meant
no,
like
oh.
I just thought you
I
meant like the
wasn't, I
bag
was like,
that
yeah.
he keeps stuff
Oh.
in. I was like, why?
Because I love it.
Yeah.
No, the special bag, not the normal bag.
Okay. Yeah. You don't hear that. That's okay. So yeah, you all eventually find yourselves asleep, I suppose.
Who's going to take watch?
Yeah, that's a great question.
I will
I would
take
take-
watch.
I'll take a shift.
I don't really sleep, so I can take watch for half of the time because I'll be up
Okay.
anyway.
You want to take the first half or the second half?
I'll take the second half.
Okay, I'll take the first half. I'll stay up for a little bit.
We can split it up more in halves. There's plenty of us here.
Well, elves don't really sleep, right?
Yeah,
In my
I'm good at
understanding.
spotting things, and I like to be, watchful.
How many elves do
Maybe keep somebody up with him.
I'll stay up with him.
Thanks.
I'll also take a shift.
You want to take first watch with me, Rev?
Sure, yeah.
What are you guys watching?
That's a good question. Hopefully nothing. Hopefully just the night.
Hopefully, nothing. Hopefully the fire.
Yeah.
Best case scenario, nothing.
Yeah.
If we,
Just in case somebody sneaks up on us.
What if we break it
Oh.
into 3 watches and Kelsey and I take one?
Perfect.
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 All right. So it looks like the first watch is Atticus and Rev, followed by Kelfie and Avra, ending the night with Pharaoh and Elburn.
My alarm spell should be good all night.
Yes, yeah, it will be. So you all find yourselves asleep. Rev and Atticus are starting the night off, right?
Yep.
So go ahead and give me perception checks, please.
I'm sleeping in a tree. Just
Perfect.
FYI.
Yeah,
I find my
easily
tree
enough.
spot.
There's a lot of
4.
trees there. Ooh, natural 1 and a 4.
I'm writing in my journal. I'm not even paying attention.
Yeah, Atticus is writing in his journal, and Rev, you're trying so hard to see what he's writing in his journal. But you can't. You just can't quite get it. But you're trying so. You spend the whole night just trying to figure out what he's writing.
I do keep dancing lights up too around me to kind of light my area.
I was gonna say I'm just like staring into the fire, seeing like double sight, like ow.
Now that you can see everything, you notice nothing.
Yeah, exactly. That's how it goes. And while you guys are doing that, Elbert, I need you to roll a d20 for me. Just straight d20.
14. It was almost a natural 20.
14. Okay, so you you're also an elf, right? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So in your meditation, your trance that you take, your mind begins to wander, and it's not often that elves dream, but sometimes, especially when stress is up and other events are happening, elves do dream. And you have a dream of yourself, and you're in the lobby where you were with the rest of the group, and you're all sitting there talking, but you are very tiny. You're about like 3 inches off the ground. And all of the events that took place in that room are happening, but you're just really tiny. And William enters the room, and you push him up against a wall, but this time you're just like pushing on his shin a little bit and like yelling up at him. And the entire dream is just like reliving that moment in that lobby with you confronting William, but you're just very, very tiny. And no one seems to regard it. It seems to be natural. And then you wake up, and that seems to be all that happens. Pharaoh, I need you to roll a d20 for me.
Sure. I'm in my trance.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say when I'm in my trance, I'm in a T pose, standing up.
That's perfect. I love it.
If
Like
I'm
a 3D
doing
model
my
of something.
druid meditations instead of sleep, does that count, or is this something separate? Because I'm gonna be meditating, not sleeping.
Druid
Like-
meditation?
So I can meditate for 4 hours, and it counts as a long rest. So I'll be doing that instead of sleeping.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's basically what elves do.
Okay.
Yeah.
I rolled a 10.
Something druids had.
Is it a specific circle of the moon thing, or is that all druids?
Um,
I've never
can't
noticed
remember.
that before. Well, whatever, it's cool. What did you get again?
10.
10. Okay, let me pull that up. Why does this keep stopping? That's so weird. Play forest music. There we go. A 10, you said? Oh. You are standing in the middle of a desert, and you're kind of wandering around, and there seems to be wind blowing all around you, blowing sand across your path. Not like at your face or anything, just strong enough to like kind of move. The sands are moving around you, and you're walking and you're walking, and you hear this, and you look off in the distance, and you see that one of the sand dunes is moving. And you slowly start to realize that it's not a dune of sand, it's something underneath the sand that is moving. And it's coming closer and closer towards you, and you just instinctively start sprinting, start running as fast as you can. And you keep running, and you keep running, and you hear this explosion. And you look back, and this colossal scorpion covered in flames, its maw opened up and its pincers spewing flame out onto the sands below it, careens out of the sand and lands and begins to skitter and scamper towards you. It is a loud, a tornado of sound coming towards you as pure fear hits you, and then you wake up out of your trance, completely fine.
Ah!
What?
Sorry. Ignore me.
Ignored you? You just screamed.
Everything's A-okay here. Just
Are you sure?
yes. I appreciate you checking in on me, Elbert. That's very thoughtful, but everything's okay.
Go up and
It's-
massage his shoulders. Sure.
Ah, perfect. A little lower.
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
All right, so it is now the next watch. Elfie and Avra, go ahead and roll perception checks for me.
Nine.
22.
22. Avra, you don't really notice anything.
I'm reading.
Yeah, for sure. Speaking of that, we'll get back to that in just a second. Kelfie, you are pretty. Your eyes are pretty keen throughout the whole night. You notice that there's like an owl that like kind of lands near your campsite and like watches you guys for a bit, and then just kind of leaves. That's about all you notice. It's pretty peaceful other than that. Abra, go ahead and roll an intelligence check for me.
Okay.
See how much you absorb from this book.
19.
19. So you're reading the one about the Tiger Paw Jungle, right? Like the
Yeah.
area of the Tiger Paw Jungle. What you read in this amount of time that you're up for your watch is that the area of the Tiger Paw Jungle is incredibly alive with fauna. There are many species of animals that have been discovered within the Tiger Paw Jungle and recently. As a matter of fact, most people think that not every species that is within the Tiger Paw Jungle has been discovered, and that it is definitely something that is still somewhat of a mystery to explorers and cartographers, as they don't even have a full map of the actual limits of the Tiger Paw Jungle. And with that information, you imagine that for an entire group of people or organization or whatever you want to call them, for them to live in the Tiger Paw Jungle, you would imagine that they have found some way to domesticate and or tame some of that wildlife.
Okay.
And that's what you get from reading the book. While you are reading the book and while you guys are on watch, Rep, can you go ahead and roll a d20 for me?
A wolf is walking by and just casually does that.
Just-
You cut out right when you said what the roll was. 12. All right, so okay, perfect. You find yourself falling asleep, and here we are. Let's do this. Boom and boom. Oh, it's not wanting to play. The music's not wanting to play. Oh well. Maybe I can do something else. No.
I can hear some music.
yeah, it's just very quiet and slow
I can
in
hear
the background.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Okay, so you wake up in a very familiar denizen. You've only been here once, but you immediately recognize it as the temporary home of Demetrius Frey. You do not see Demetrius immediately. As a matter of fact, you're kind of looking around the room, and you hear this voice. Yeah, Jesus. You look like fucking shit. And you turn at the table that you're currently sitting at to see a creature there with its arms behind his head and his webbed feet up on the table. And he has this he has this green, scaly, nasty skin, and he has these two long protruding horns, these big ears, these bright big black eyes that are these giant orbs that are looking at you. Doesn't seem to have much of a nose. It just goes from these huge eyes directly to this like teeth mauled mouth. It's got this long spindly tail. What'd you say?
I look like shit.
It kind of looks like a more frightening version of those aliens from Men in Black. Those like tiny ones, you know, because he's about that size. He's kind of small.
Like when the gremlins turn.
Exactly, yeah.
Gross, yeah.
Mixture between the gremlins and those aliens from Men in Black. And he looks up at you, and he says, "You're the one that he fucking chose? This is crazy. Jesus Christ. You fucking look like a fucking idiot. You look like you couldn't take care of yourself, even if you had a fucking gun. And yes, I do know what a gun is. The new. Do you even know what a gun is? Because I do. I think I know more about this fucking world than you could ever know that would fill the fucking diaper that I'm gonna have to change constantly to make sure that you keep your shit together. Okay? Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Oh.
Give me a fucking break. I've been through a weird couple of days.
Give you a break. Listen, my life literally depends on you not fucking up. And I look at you, and I just know that you're gonna fuck up.
I think we're gonna... I don't know, man. We're gonna be... Why assume that it's gonna be bad?
All right, listen, I'm sorry. Okay? You're just not the first person we've tried this on. All right? My name's Elliot.
Hi,
Okay?
Elliot.
Hi. It's
Hi.
nice to meet you. We're both friends of our guy over here, Demetrius. Okay?
Friends, yeah.
Yeah, he's our guy. He's our boss.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm supposed to take care of you. Okay? I'm supposed to assist you and whatnot and make sure you're okay.
I mean, I appreciate that. I think we could get off to a better, like, a first day of meeting, like, impression.
What are you saying? Are you saying I'm not making a good first impression right now?
I'm just saying, you came in with some expectations. I don't know what the fuck you are.
You don't know what I am? You've never seen something that looks this fucking good before? That doesn't surprise me. You don't seem very well traveled.
Can't say that I have, Elliot.
Well, here, does this make you feel fucking better? And you see this gremlin just shrink down, and there is now upon the chair that he was sitting in, on the back of the chair, perched a bat. And his wings.
That's a little bit.
But he kind of has the same greenish face, but the rest of him is pretty bad.
That's like a little bit more familiar.
Great. Well, I'm glad that this is a little bit more acceptable for you. You and your little caveman brain. This is a little bit more... Oh, look, he's got scales and horns. He's so ugly and gross.
I didn't... Look,
Oh, you implied it and I inferred it. All right, it was a two-way communication.
The first thing you said to me was I look like shit.
Do you think you look particularly good this evening?
I mean, I got this new leather armor. It's got nipples on it.
Yeah, specifically the nipples, I have a problem with. Why do you have nipples on your fucking armor?
Look, I'm not going to go into the explanation right now, but the guy at the shop, I mean, he really sold me on these nipples. Look, Elliot.
My life is in the hands of a man who can be sold on nipples. Jesus. I love Jesus.
I love cheeses too. See, like, here's the thing.
I just remind myself of things that I like when I get stressed.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good coping mechanism.
Yeah, lots of blood in the streets.
Yeah, there was a lot of blood.
Yeah. No, that's just one of the things I like.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, maybe if you hang out with me, then you might see more of that, because
That'd be great.
It's
S'mores! S'mores, I love s'mores. It's a
We
great
can work on
invention.
that.
It's a great
Yeah.
invention of the 17th century. It really is. The Third Age has come with a lot. And I think s'mores might be the best part, if I'm being honest. I've
All
seen
right.
a lot. I've seen a lot of the ages. Okay, I've been around a long time,
I
longer
can
than our
definitely,
boss.
can definitely promise cheese. I'll work on the s'mores. The blood in the streets is
Specifically,
probably
cheeses. I like multiple kinds of cheeses. If I'm
the,
locked into one kind of cheese, I feel claustrophobic. I need more than one kind of cheese so that I can have a selection and feel like I have a little bit of control in my
yeah.
life.
No, I mean, like if you got one, if just one cheese, that's not. I mean, it's not a party with just
Yeah,
one cheese.
agreed.
I think there's something here.
I think so too. You know what? I apologize. I apologize for judging you based on your nipples. I do. I'm a guy who's got horns and a tail, and I don't have a nose, and I got really sharp teeth, and I know I know I'm not much of a looker. Okay, I know I'm not, and I know that a lot of people look at me and they see just a monster. And I like that. There's a part of me that likes it, because I like. Hold on, I'm talking, and
Yep.
I like I like feeling in power. I like feeling intimidating. I do, but every once in a while, it's just like I don't want people to scream when they see me for the first time. So I come at you with a lot of hostility, and I come at you with a lot of aggression because I think if I do it first, then I'll beat you to it, and you won't be able to do it to me.
You push people away before they have a chance to push you away. I
Of
get.
course. Mr. Frey tells me that I really got to be dealing with my anger issues, and I'm trying.
I think we can. I came into this with some prejudices too, and I need to apologize for that. And
Okay,
I think
it's all right.
we can make each other better.
Yeah, I agree. I do. So I'll see you in the morning, okay? You should expect to see me around a lot more, just so you know.
This morning. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, good night.
I'm gonna have to prepare some people for that shit. But all right.
Okay, goodbye.
Yeah. Bye.
And you wake up and you look around you and you don't really see anything currently happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How's that?
Oh my god.
That might be my favorite NPC you've ever made.
100%.
You're sitting on that and you're struggling with finding the horses.
Atticus,
Yes.
multi-20.
Gladly.
God. Oh my
Oh,
god.
man.
4.
Crying.
4. Okay, you dream of that fucking boar ramen. That boar ramen was so good. You have bowls and bowls of that boar ramen. Just Tim and Weimar come out and they're giving you Tim with 2 eyes, and they're giving you that boar ramen, and it tastes just as fucking good as the first time that you had it. And your dream is just munching on boar ramen.
Good. I'm just drooling. Just a big pool of drool is happening. And then, yeah.
You actually sleep pretty well.
All right, excellent. Cool. All right, good.
And then the last watch, we've got Elbert and Pharaoh. If you guys want to roll perception checks for me.
Yeah. Modified 20.
Modified 20. Wonderful. What about you, Pharaoh? You're muted, buddy.
18.
18. All right, wonderful. Okay, so yeah, you guys are actually, you pay really well attention to everything. And you keep watch until the sun rises and everything goes smoothly. But while you guys are taking your watch, Avra, if you want to roll a d20 for me, please.
An 18.
18. So you dream that you are on the docks of Prosper Lake, in the dock district of Lake Peak. And you're sitting there kind of looking over one of the docks into the water, and you see a reflection of yourself looking back. And in an accident, just a quick moment, you find yourself plunging into the lake. And you look up and you see the moving water dancing and shimmering above you, and you start to swim towards it, but something grabs your leg and pulls you down and pulls you down, and you don't look down behind you. You just keep trying to swim up as the surface of the water gets further and further away from you until eventually you're surrounded in darkness. And then you wake up. Wasn't a very pleasant dream.
Cool.
Kelpie, roll a d20 for me.
14.
14. You have a very similar dream, surprisingly, to Elburn. Except your dream is you are in the bookstore with Avra, and you're talking to Vicky, and you're looking through the books, but you're very, very tiny. You're even tinier than you normally are. The books are 3 times the size of you easily, but you're still able to like pick them up and look at them. And you go throughout the events of the bookstore just the same as you normally would, but you're just really, really tiny. And that's what happens. And you all wake up now on the next day, feeling long rested and ready to tackle the rest of your journey.
Woo!
Woo, woo.
Mount up.
Kelpie will go over and say good morning to each horse before she climbs onto Daisy.
They all,
Or waits to get assistance to climb onto Daisy.
they all like bend down and like you can't speak with them because you're not one of them, but they do all recognize you and know who you are and give you a good little nuzzles. You all leave from the grove. For the sake of brevity, I'll say that you go throughout this second day of travel without problem. Your second night of camping, no issue. And it is now the next morning, the morning of the third day. And according to the map, you're getting quite close to where this location is. It is a very warm day, even early on in the morning. The birds are singing just as you hear. Wind is blowing. The occasional breeze does definitely help you calm your senses and cool your body physically. And you are traveling along the road. You notice that there is a little path off the road at one point. And on the map, it is at the end of this little path that this outpost supposedly is, and the path goes into the jungle. And the outpost is supposed to be slightly within the jungle. So according to the map, you're about a mile away from this place. So you're on the main road. You see the path ahead of you. That's where you are right now. Whatever you would like to do.
Do we want to go in on our horses or tie them up outside of this area for a quick escape? What are we thinking?
I think we should tie them up and then go up there and, have a nice conversation with them.
Travel. Well, maybe not.
I could also send Gidget in first.
Oh.
Do some reconnaissance.
I can go with Gidget. I can be a little chipmunk and say I bite a biscuit and go with Gidget to look at it.
Okay, I can hang out with Biscuit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, one thing I did kind of gloss over.
I love that.
One thing I did kind of gloss over. On that morning of the second day, Rev, you noticed a toad in your bag when you went to reach into it the next morning. And it didn't say anything to you, but you looked in, and in the back of your head you heard, "Hello." I can do this too. This is another form. It's portable. It's small.
Yeah, no.
My wings get tired if I'm a bear for too long.
They're very unassuming.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to
No, I realize that's why I'm a toad in your bag. Take your time.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like, introduce me eventually. You know, I want to feel appreciated.
I'm happy you're here.
Thanks, I appreciate it. Thank you. Just so you know, they won't be able to understand me. So, just wanted you to know that.
I think if we give them a chance to let them understand you, I think they.
No, I mean physically, they can't communicate with me.
Okay, great.
Yeah. No problem. You.
Because like this other lady, she's got a rat, and
Oh wow,
yeah,
it's
like,
fucking
I'm pretty
disgusting.
sure- Yeah, no, it is gross.
They carry lots of diseases.
You let it walk on the food earlier, and I.
Oh
didn't
my
say-
god,
I didn't say anything, but
that's so fucking rude.
right?
Jesus, I love cheeses.
Yeah,
Oof.
it ruined all the cheeses.
Oh god, there was cheeses.
There was cheeses. She let her rat walk on the cheeses,
That's enforcing stereotypes, and that in and of itself, I don't like.
and it's all just for what? It's not a real rat.
It's not real.
No,
Oh well, that's a little better.
but I mean, like, yeah,
Yeah.
the idea of it.
Listen, as long as you don't have any fucking chipmunks with you, it's all that matters to me. Little vermin of the forest, that's what I call them. Yeah. People think they're cute. They're just as much as rats in the disgusting area. Yeah, for sure. All right, well, you have a good day. I'll just be in here.
Mm-hmm. All right.
So you guys, fast forward back to where we were. You tie up the horses and start to head into the jungle. All right, so who's leading the way here? Who's following the path? It's
I
a
will
pretty
lead,
narrow path, so about two of you can kind of lead the party.
I will be in the front of the path, although
Be in the front as well.
Wait
I've not
for
spent
the
time in jungle.
reconnaissance.
You guys have been here before.
Yeah.
What did you say, Rev?
I haven't spent any time in the jungle, but some of you have been here before, yeah.
I
Spent a long time in the jungle.
was gonna say, Zach, I'm pretty sure I've like passed through here before, but never like in depth.
Yeah, you've definitely been in like the outskirts maybe of Tiger Paw, but even
Yeah.
I mean there's no real reason to go into the middle of Tiger Paw unless you're looking for trouble.
Yeah.
So you've
So
never really
great.
gotten into the depths. Yeah.
So I'll be behind the front. I'll be behind Atticus and Pharaoh if they're leading the charge.
I mean, the only jungle I've spent time in is the urban jungle.
What jungle is that? Where's that located?
I call it Duskull.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've been.
You're from Duskull?
I am, yeah. That's where I grew up. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't really grow up there, but I lived a long time there. Well, not a long time, but a long time for me.
How long ago did you live there?
I don't know.
How old are you? I don't know if that's rude.
I don't know.
You don't know how old you are?
No, I don't really remember my birthday, and I just have kind of my founding day, which is when the druids found me, and they celebrated that as kind of my birthday. But I don't know how close that is to my birthday, so I'm not really sure how old I am.
How many winters have you seen that you can recall?
That I can remember?
Yeah.
I know I've done probably about 6 or 7 winters in the forest and jungle areas, but that was after I started living there. And but it gets kind of fuzzy before that of how many was before that.
Atticus, go ahead and make an intelligence check for me.
3.
She's 5. Best you know, she's 5. What she's describing,
Okay.
she's seen 5 or 6 winters, then she's 5 or 6.
She looks about 5 or 6. All right, yeah, okay.
No, she doesn't look about 5 or 6. But that must be how old she is, if that's how many winters she's seen. Makes
Maybe
sense to you?
maybe no more butt water for you.
And stuff was gross anyway.
Yes,
It
I
didn't
agree.
taste good.
Maybe get behind me a little bit.
Okay.
And I pat her on the head.
Okay, so we're sending Gidget out a little bit ahead. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
All right, so go ahead and roll.
Gidget and
And I'm actually,
that's right,
instead
yes.
of a chipmunk, I'm gonna turn into a mouse so I can communicate with Gidget as well.
Okay, so the rest of the party kind of sits back while the two of you go forward. Go ahead and roll perception checks. Avra with the mouse stats, Kelpie with your stats.
21. No, wait.
Ooh,
19. I lied. I can't math.
19 and 18. Okay, so you guys definitely see that and you all went into the jungle a little bit because you were about a mile away from it. So I don't know. You stopped, let's say, like 500 feet or 300 feet away from where you think it is, and let them go down the path. You guys go down the path. You don't really notice anything immediately in front of the party. You're mice, so it takes you a hot second to get a distance. But eventually, the trail gets a little bit more trodden and a little bit more flat. And up ahead, you see a large, what can only be considered to be like a settlement. It has big wooden walls made out of tree trunks that have been sharpened at the tip with dark like mud and plaster put in the middle of them to help them stick together. There's a large wooden gate, and up at the top corners of each gate, seemingly on top of this wall, so there must be a platform kind of behind the top of the wall, you see two members of presumably the Tiger Paw Outlaws wearing very similar leather and fur armor, kind of just like keeping an eye out. And you hear chopping and sanding kind of motions and sawing motions coming from, and like occasional like hoops and hollers coming from within the settlement, and that's pretty much what you guys get.
I'll turn to Gidget and say, should we go inside too? I assume she can understand
Yeah,
me.
you can. Yeah, I would say yeah, sure, fuck it. Yeah, in this moment, because she's also a mouse, you can understand what she is saying. You don't know how to speak mouse. You can understand what she's saying, so you can like nod to her if you want to, or like
But
make
can
motions.
Gidget respond?
You're technically controlling Gidget in this
I
moment.
like am Gidget right now.
Yeah.
Does it look like, is the grass tall? Like, does it seem like two mice running? Does it seem like it's outdoor enough that two mice running through wouldn't be weird?
Running into the outpost?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a wild area. I don't think you don't think anybody would pay 2 cents towards.
So I'm gonna try to
Nice.
like mouse shrug and then like start to creep forward.
What is the distance that you can control?
Oh, hold on, I probably have
300 miles.
I need to know this too. I think I kind of go by like the Matt Mercer rules, which is I think that you can like you can like
10 feet.
Is it really just 10 feet?
Really?
That doesn't make
That's what Find
sense.
Familiar says.
But you can't, you're telepathic.
No, the range is 10
connection.
feet. The range is 10 feet.
Oh.
You're
100.
100 feet. Okay, so you can't really go any further, or you'll lose control of him. You can still. I'm going to do the Matt Mercer rules, where you can still see him through him and hear through him, but you cannot control him. So you will give him a command, and he will go through it, but you can't control anything he does.
I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna basically tell him stay with Kelpie.
Okay. So Kelpie, what do you do?
So if she kind of shrugs, then, or Gidget kind of shrugs, then I'll be like, we should go inside. And I'll just like mouse creep up to the gate. And so is the gate open as of now? Or
It's
is it
not,
just
but it's
the-
made of crude wood, and you are 2 mice. You can easily get underneath the doors.
Okay, then yeah.
And I won't even make you roll stealth checks. Literally, no one gives a shit about 2 mice coming in through these doors.
But they're tabaxi.
That's
They just say,
That's true.
super duper racist. Super racist. So you all walk into this outpost, and what you see is there are tents inside of this outpost, and the wall goes all the way around. It's about like 200 to 300 yards wide, and all the way around. So it's about like just a big circle with like a 200, 300 diameter. And there's multiple tents on the inside. It's all pretty crude, but it definitely does look like it's been here for a while. The tents look weathered, but still secure and like firmly staked. You notice some guards walking in and around. You notice that in the back of the outpost, there's quite a larger tent that seems to be there. And in the center, you notice lots of Tiger Paw outlaws. And they are currently all training and seem to be going through, like some of them are training and going through some drills. And you see that some are like eating at like a set of like basically like a few picnic tables that are there, and you see that some are currently sporting very whips that they are using to keep in check some people of various races and various cultures, it looks like, but they're all wearing very like sack clothes, seem to be tattered, not well worn, no shoes, and they are currently like hauling wood and sawing wood and seem to be like hammering stuff and making stuff. They seem to be like, you see some like wooden shields and some like wooden like spike traps. They seem to be making a lot of like armaments.
Are any of them tobacco?
The slave people?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Oh.
And you take another moment and you hear these two voices. And you hear them say, "All right, everybody! It's gonna be a good day here in the jungle. Can't wait to see how productive we can be, huh?" And then you hear another voice kind of echo and say, "Oh yeah, it's gonna be a good one. You guys, we're really gonna enjoy today, I can tell you that much." And you guys see out of the big tent two large, imposing figures approach. And they are large, like I said, like 6.5 to 7 foot tall figures. Once again, sporting the very similar like leather and fur armor that you've seen. And they seem to be similar to Tabaxi, except they both have long manes of brown, thick, coarse hair. And their paws, or their hands rather, seem to be a little bit more paw-like and a little bit thicker and bigger. Kelpie, you probably have never seen something like this, but Avra, you've read about these people. This is a race known as Leonin, which are basically similar to Tabaxi, but specifically, they're a little bit more hardier and more, quite frankly, lion-based. And they look very similar, these two figures, as they step out, and seem to kind of be bossing everybody around. And one of the brothers says, "Besides, we gotta show our guests here how things are done, huh? That way he can report to Thorm, and we can really rise up in the ranks." And you see the two of them kind of part, and amongst the two of them walks out a large gray tabaxi with a very familiar visage that has some bandages on himself from the recent battle and a smirk across his face. "Let's see what you guys have built us." And that is going to be where we stop for the evening.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god.
Nice.
So we will pick up on the outskirts of the Tiger Paw Outpost next Sunday. Hopefully streamed live. But thank you all so much for watching. This has been episode 2 of Performance Check. Thank you for the support that we've already received, and we hope you guys continue it. We're definitely going to be releasing these episodes, whether they continue to be recordings or whether or not we can hopefully start the live stream, which we think we'll be able to do. So thank you all so much for watching, and everybody say bye!
Bye.
Bye.